Namaskar, good morning, good day. Speaking from Video-538 Suraj Singh, civil engineer. This day, July 2nd, 2020. As usual, in connection with the current issue of COVID-19, management, materials, specifications, and contracts. As usual, done generally every day for dissemination of knowledge to my friends, to my colleagues, and all those who are seeking or who seek information around the world, including my beautiful country, my mother country, Bharat, India, my parent country, my home. Oh, I know people are not interested in serious business, but you are interested or not interested, that's another issue. Seriousness has to play a role in life. It is seriousness that has brought us to this stage because we are not serious. Our lack of seriousness is brought to a stage of COVID-19 because we did not care about nature, about something. That's only a reason we can say, one of reasons that whole world has been suffering because of COVID-19. Very serious issue. I every day think not to talk of this, but I don't know, something happens every day and we have to involve ourselves with COVID-19 talk. Maybe people are not interested or they don't take interest, that's up to them. But their interest or no interest is not none of my business. My interest is that information should reach everybody. It should reach all as a fundamental right. They should get information, because information does not have any closure, it does not have any door or lock that you have to open. It has come to you. You must get information, because information is an only answer that helps everyone. Right information, not just fake information. This is era of fake news also. So until it is verified or it's through some reliable source, news doesn't mean anything. It's not trustworthy source. It doesn't come from trustworthy source. So it's my habit to scan, to browse many you can say portals, news portals or information portal before just including those items onto COVID-19 news or my own professional news. COVID-19 is nothing new now. Everybody knows this. Every child knows this all over the world covers COVID-19. We know its full form, we know it is what SARS based or also narrow based or also many other organ based. We cannot call it just now SARS, which is severe acute syndromes, respiratory syndromes. It is not simply SARS2. It now includes brain, it also includes eyes, it includes many other parts of your body. So SARS is just one part of that. There could possibly many other parts that we have to be worried about, and those parts are that COVID-19 has many aspects, many angles, many directions, many diversions, which is not easy to be understood by an average person. For that expertise is required. I'm not that one, but I'm just taking superficially. I'm just talking for precautionary measures, which is nothing requirement of expertise, because this is a safety requirement. Just like we take measures of safety in our construction field or our solar field, we have to take care of safety here as well as in our life, because this affects our life. The first problem involved, which is not for everyone. First problem for everyone without any solution. This is we have till now no solution at all. Unfortunate, this is that. Despite we have lot of knowledge people all over the world, this solution is not coming out. The solution cannot come out until we know root of problem. The root of problem is still unknown. That's the only reason that we are not getting any answer to this problem. Well, time will give answer. God's there for everybody, and answer will certainly come. But it will take time, and by that time it will be too late. When his answer comes, it will be too late by that time. That too late is the problem here. Question is to come now. By this time it comes already 8 or 9 months have been over since COVID entered world. But I'm sure it entered before also. It's just we are saying that it entered somewhere October, November 2019, but actually it entered long before that. Probably say 1 year before that it could enter, or 2 years before that, nobody knows. But there may be suppositions. Then say we may think so, And thinking doesn't mean a confirmation. I can think so, you can also think so. Might be it has been there for many couple of years, but humanity could not identify this because might be because of very small scale or low power. Well, that's something else now. The dangerous news comes from USA, United States of America, regarding COVID-19 that day before yesterday there were 47,000 infections, and every day around 40,000, 42,000 like that infections have been moving there. And USA has now about 14, 15 states that have been infected by COVID out of 50 states, and I think it will move into 50 states as well. Nobody knows when and how. When it has gone from 2 to 40 means not miracle, it goes from 14 to 50. So it's very dangerous situation as far as COVID-19 is concerned. It is also been suggested by some very responsible person from USA that given news that in coming times USA shall have 100,000 inspections per day. 100,000 means 0.1 million infections per day. And even find 1 million inspections, or that's 100,000 infections. And if they can average of say 1% people lose their life, it's 1,000 or 2,000 persons certainly lose their life in coming times per day. If it's 1%, if it's 2% like that, if 3%, so 300, 3,000. So time is very dangerous. It's not as simple as we are thinking. Even if you lock down, it doesn't make a difference because it's working. And opening lockdown or lifting cuffs is not going to help us. It's going to add to problems. It's already the same thing happening in England. Every day they do something. They're indecisive. Actually, they are taking negative decisions. In England, they are not comfortable with their decisions. They are taking wrong decisions, and these decisions will cost them very badly. And I think there's some difference. There's a change of mind. Prime Minister there, and he is not thinking properly, not concentrating properly. He's not doing job as far as to an extent COVID-19 is concerned. And likewise, other countries also. In our country, Bharat is a difficulty because we are not testing anything. Despite having 130 crore people, how many tests are conducted? We know. Everybody is avoiding tests. I think there may be government instruction secret. Don't test, and if you don't test, means you won't find any problem. A problem would be there, but you won't discover the problem because it doesn't come on papers, doesn't come in the attention of people. And also, you see, America has bought this Russian medicine. This medicine actually for the all medicines are bought. Means what does it mean? Something means they're not sure about this. So if a country like USA and country like England and country like that, if they are not sure, how can we expect other countries who don't have money, who don't have resources, who don't have some scientific level, how can we be sure about that? It's a little tragic. And I'm waiting information from our country, but they are not giving correct information. We have a lot of cases, infections have gone up, and nothing is coming in news because of they don't want to give news. That is a fact. Not only our country, many countries are following the same policy. Not to disseminate, not to release the facts, or just release 10% to 20%, and then say that's okay, fine. We are better than others. As our prime minister says, you are better than others. Simply saying the better than others doesn't mean you have done your job. I'm finding very roughly all leaders from all over the world in this crisis of COVID have failed in their respective callings, whoever they are. They all delayed. They did not realize this problem. They did not realize seriousness of this, and there is serious consideration in messing in what happens. Results come against that country, against that issue. So is happening now. Results are coming not in favor of public of world. I'm saying public all because this happened. This COVID-19 is a problem for all countries around the world. It's not only a problem for one country or two countries or one continent or two continents. It's worldwide problem. So I can simply say virus, so-called virus, is on rise, very high rise, you can say. It's towering in, I should say, it's towering in like public never expected, and its origin, it's how it happens, what is scientific reason behind this is also unclear till now. That's tragic of this situation of COVID because we do not know what it is doing. Really, it's surprising. And many people are claiming we have generated, we have innovative medicine for this. That's all fake. No medicine has come till now, no medicine of any kind, no vaccine of any kind has till now come to surface. All fake, all you can say propaganda in this scenario. Like many countries, criminals are making money by doing so many illegal acts. Same thing, our people are here doing this, which is not becoming of the situation. As I usually estimate that around 1.5 billion citizens of world have been infected. That's not wrong. That's probability is not wrong. Now, if they say U.S. people that about 100,000 citizens shall be impacted every day, this means in 1 month, you know how many? Just think of 100,000 one day is 1 lakh per day. So 30 lakhs, or you can say 0.3 crores per month. If 0.3 crores per month is goes to every month 0.3 crores, then maybe 0.5 crores, maybe how many crores in few months. So you think that way. All it is happening, this means they are not telling. It must be already happening. That's why these news are coming and they say happen. But it's already happening. It's happening in our country also. Lakhs and lakhs of cases are ongoing every day, but these are not coming in. So you can say billions, millions, crores, billions have been impacted by COVID-19. That must be considered a fact of life. No other way to except to say this news is coming, that news is coming, because news keep on coming and people are opening, countries are opening their economies. Your whole GCC has opened, UAE has opened, Saudi is opening. All other countries are opening for sake of economy. They are just giving rules and regulations about how to fly, how to walk on road, how to move, how to work in office. That's okay, that's fine. That's because the question arises: is it permanent? That's the question. It happened in England. They are now estimating 36 cities to be, or local areas to be locked again. If that's the situation, you have to lock again. So what's the purpose of opening? This means it's a trial and error, just like the mathematics or other sciences. Try and read error, and then try again and read another error, and then further try and see how much reduction has been caused to error. So as much reduction as possible means it's a nearly approximately solution, with too little error now, so it can say approximate solution comes in. That situation of world today. Fact remains that there's no time to open lockdowns, but they opened. There was no time to open lockdowns, but they opened because they considered lives of people secondary and money of country primary. So primary and secondary considerations evolved. Primary consideration was money, and secondary consideration is lives of people. So when lives of people is defeated by primary consideration of financing or economy of the country, so what happens, money wins and public is defeated. The same thing is happening. And we are so low profile people in our country, Bharat, India, that we think if you give 5 kilograms of wheat grain to some with certain more item, you have done your job. This is really unfortunate that we value person to 5 kilogram of something, wheat or rice, and 1 kilogram pulse, and we say, okay, you can survive on that. This is insult to citizen of this country. This is insult to Bharat, India. US transfers $1,250 to each account of adult and $500 to child account, or you can say minor account. That's called certain political decision where public is respected and that money is worth surviving. That doesn't happen in our country because they think people are slaves, and declaration by Prime Minister of this is called slavery. You are mobilizing and publicly announcing, I'm going to give 5 kilogram weight monthly, to someone with 1 kilogram what sells. This is complete nonsense because you consider them beggars, or you consider they have come to your home for some mercy and you are showing them mercy. This is really insulting public and insulting whole nation. It's their right that they should be paid adequate sum, 5,000 or 10,000 per month, so that they can manage themselves. They are livings. Who are you to interfere in their living, to say I'll give you this much? After all, this country belongs to them as well. It's not your country. You're only prime minister of this country, not more than that. Public has every right. You simply give them money when you can write off money of very rich people. Can't you give some money to these people who have struggled because of your bad actions, because of your misunderstanding, your misorders? They suffered, you do not suffer. Your people do not suffer. These poor workers suffer, and still they have been suffering. Is because of you, because of mismanagement of government. Clearly, I am saying, don't insult our public if you can't respect them. Give them money, give them the accounts, thousands of rupees for 3 or 4 months until economy comes back, because this country belongs to them as well, not to you alone, or not to higher middle class, or not to those who are chanting all time Modi, Modi, Modi. This is not country of those people alone. This is country of everyone. Well, this talk doesn't mean criticizing someone. The facts must be told. If our prime ministers of that level thinks you give them some tip to some people, they will be forever with the. Don't think of votes at this time. It's not time of thinking votes. The votes keep coming and go. Governments keep coming and going. Public is there and public is responsible for this. We should not forget that these people whom we are talking about, they are responsible for developing this country equally. The contribution is equally to your contribution. At least they do something, but you don't do anything. In politics, what you are doing? Nothing. What is contribution of politicians to this country? Nothing. And this contribution now is zero minus, you can say. If a country is ready to sell its products, its assets, that country is rubbish. That country is hopeless. That government is foolish, I can say, simply. If you are selling assets of the country for sake of collecting money, you are not able to do something on your own, and you are selling them. You are just showing to people, see what I am doing. You are not saying, you are showing, expressing your foolishness. Intelligent public understand that, but those who don't have mind, they can't understand this. That's what I say. But this is all about how I am saying today. I don't know any further news where I can say something is happening, except this some low people are opening this country, that country, this life, that life. It's all waste of time. They will block again. I know time is going to come. So I should say I would stop talking of COVID for today, and I'll go to management as usual. Management talk, which is management of projects, management of engineering, management of civil, management of every management with gross management, I should say. It's not simple management. It's management of thought, management of mind, management of thing. Management is very great subject as far as we say organization. Management or organization and management are there is management, or you can say engineering management, I should say project engineering management, quality engineering, all that is covered in this. It's just a title, nothing else. It contains so much in this that we have to understand that point. First we will talk about this, then we go to other parts, and those parts would be, it will be next to this one is what I say. After this would be construction, concrete, general, and soil. So we'll talk of, and after that, if talk of, we'll talk of COVID, called FIDIC 2017, red and silver. This is tentative talk. So now we are going to talk about project management, project engineering, engineering management, engineering, and engineering for humanity, engineering for that. Gentlemen, my concern is about engineering management, and I am finding that in our country we are dropping in that. We are down in that. We are not on up angle. We are not uprising there. We are down rising. We are not following what we do. We are following what we should not do. We don't know actually what to do. So let me open this file first of this I can say the subject of I talked yesterday about the syllabus of engineering. I talked yesterday to you about this IEI engineering syllabus of section B. IEI stands for Institution of Engineers India Bharat. That institution from which I also passed my engineering degree or equivalent engineering degree in 1978, 1980. I am alumni of IEI, so I am proud of that. That there's an institution in this country which is an official body, which is chartered institution, through which I could also qualify my engineering improvement. I can say before I passed diploma from government of this country, and then I passed on my own IEI section A and B, and I learned a lot here. In those days, subjects were there were 9 subjects in you can say in section A. 9 subjects in section A. I still remember, very difficult subjects, very desperate subjects that time in our country. When I passed diploma, there was a provision that if you want to improve your education, you can pass section A and section B of Institution of Engineers India, which was by famous known as AMI, though it's not AMI. Well, people used to call it AMI degree, so everybody used to call that. It doesn't matter to call it AMI or whatever. It was IEI section A and section B examination, which was and is still equivalent to university degree or first degree in engineering. Once you pass this, you are entitled, engineer. You are entitled bachelor in engineering or bachelor of science in engineering or BTech, whatever title you call for engineering degree. In that time, I was very much concerned, worried that it's like a mountain on my head if I had to pass my section A and section B. When people used to tell me that until you do this, you won't be called complete engineer or full-fledged engineer. You will be neither this end nor that end. Because when you are diploma, you are not degree. See, when I had diploma, it's though more than ordinary degree. But ultimately, certificate stated that it's a diploma in civil engineering, 3 years engineering diploma. Though we used to get job, we got title of junior engineer because of that. We are in list of diploma, so-called diploma in engineering. I'm not saying diploma engineer, diploma in engineering. And it was conducted by Board of Technical Education states. So it was state managed and approved by All India Council of Technical Education. As you can say it's not a degree, but a kind of degree that can allow you to work in field. Means it is like you can do work in engineering, but not in a competent way, not in a way you can design or you can do independent work. You can support departments or you can support contracting companies if you are in private sector. That was purpose of that. Means you would get some employment. Don't wait for another 2 years, because that time total syllabus was 5 years for degree and 3 years for engineering diploma. I was happy with that. I passed engineering diploma, I got a job, and that was most important point. You got a job, and you got a job is just after a few months of passing you feel something. I am great. I am this. You start feeling some pride in yourself, and you stand above ground. Oh, I'm not on ground. I'm flying in here. That kind of tendency comes into persons. I was too young at that time. Too young means I was just about 19 or 20 years, and I thought I got something, because people say you got a job in time. You are fortunate. When I went to medical certification for my job fitness. I had to join government job or municipal job, and that doctor certifying my fitness said, "Oh, you're lucky you got job very too quickly." So it's people complimented like that, because in those days jobs was when I joined my course, my course. I thought there's no job, and jobs were not actually available. Those days jobs were not available for civil engineering people, civil engineering community, particularly those who are not having full education like me. you could say para engineers, para engineering people. Well, I got a job, though it was not very senior job, it was ordinary job, but it was good for me because I was not very strong economical background. I needed money at that time, so I did that. And I did not care for further study in those days up to 4 years, means 74 to 78, 77, you can say. I was busy in jobs and I said, okay, leave it, we will see when time comes, we will study. Though I was not interested to study further, but somebody challenged me at that time. And I accepted the challenge, okay, I'll do it, finish. I was telling you my career study because why I am trying to say that when I was something on very bad state, and now later on when I got some education, I got some lift in my life, and I'm thankful to all those governments in those days, policies of government. It doesn't matter Congress or BJP, I do not for that. Government policies during Congress regime were excellent. They were interested in uplifting people through education, and I am also one of those beneficiary, like thousands others. That you can say, school education is almost free because it would be private or trusted school or whatever school. Education was not very expensive, very nominal. I got, you can say, my schooling is like free education, like free, not exactly free, but like free. If you are paying 4 annas or 5 annas or 6 annas for your monthly fee or 30 paisa, 50 paisa, so it's almost free. And because there was no use of buses, there's no buses as such, you have to walk to school, so expenses were not that much. So what I'm saying is, my schooling was not very expensive, and my diploma education was like free because I got scholarship also. Scholarship in all these 3 years, though I could not get that for 3 years, I got only for 2 years due to some problems. First year I got, second year I didn't get because I did not get that much marks I expected or according to the rules required, and then again in third year I got scholarship. So I say books and this were not that expensive, and I couldn't get some books through my professors, through library or like that, and examination fee was also not that much, considerably much. So you can say almost my engineering diploma was like free of cost. And then this IEI Calcutta, IEI India Calcutta office, it is also a very big job for me to pass. In fact, I appeared in I think 3 times in section A and 2 times in section B, and I passed all papers. So it was also not very expensive because at that time, if you appear one time, you have to pay only 100 rupees if whether you appear in one paper or you appear in whole section. So I think 5 times is 500 rupees, and of course you have to go to some private classes or somewhere. So I was on job, so I did not mind very much, and I could afford that one, that expense for me. Though I had to walk a lot, I do not take a scooter with me. I had no scooter. So what I am saying is that education is also like free. So policies of government were such that a person, very economical, dirty background person like me, also got engineering educated. I wanted to study further, but due to my circumstances, because of overseas jobs, staying in jungles and deserts, I could not, put myself in further studies, working 12, 14 hours a day on sites. So I could not manage my further studies. I don't regret that because I worked a lot on sites. I learned a lot. I don't think whether everybody learns that much, but I personally took interest in all those subjects. The subjects you can't see them. It's all those applications, those are conducted in field from whatever. I did not read that much in books which I learned from my field, and I am happy with that. The field is a good educator. Field is a good professor. Engineering field is very big professional university. If you consider it that way, though it's not recognized, but fact remains that engineering field is a great university. If you involve yourself, if you have a will to learn something, it's because you are learning and you are working both. You are reading something and you are doing that, or you are watching that being done. It's a big difference. In your university education, you don't have that privilege that whatever you learn, you do that. But in field, Nobody is going to teach you. You have to learn yourself. First benefit is that there is no teacher for you. Nobody will take any interest to teach you. But if you want to learn something, why you look at face of others? You learn yourself because you are not kid. Already you are a degree engineer. You are having certain qualification. You are a chartered engineer probably because when you pass degree and counting previous experiences, you are entitled. If you think so, if you apply, I became associate member of Institution of Engineers that time, and then I applied for and got chartered engineers designation because every corporate member of Institution of Engineers India is entitled automatically by virtue of powers given in our 1935 Royal Charter that every corporate member can use title Chartered Engineer India. It's up to member whether or not to use this title. If it's required, member has full privilege, full rights, absolute rights to use this title Chartered Engineer India. So I was happy that I am chartered engineer, not in practice, yet I have title. I can tell others that I am chartered, and fortunately with those I was working, they were all British consultants and they knew all this, what is membership, what is all this. So they recognized me quickly. You are a member of the institution, very good. You are an engineer and you are a very qualified engineer. But others who are our people, they always cause problems, which is habit of our country's citizens to, do leg pulling of each other. So well, I suffered a lot because of that too, but now I cannot say because it's incompetency of our public, and also some people have jealousy. I find that there is a little degree of jealousy between two kinds of persons. One is who passes II section and section D, and other who does not pass that but gets direct engineering degree from university. There's a difference between two persons' personality. Graduate who is a degree holder from university, that person thinks I am higher, while fact remains different. That person lacks experience. That person lacks concept of engineering, clear concept. Because in universities you get session marks, you get this marks and that marks, and you can get your pass. But in this case, theory is more important. Practicals are done, but those are not counted in examination marking. They give you marks, but they don't include that in total. So only theory is tested, and your marking is done based on theory. So there is a difference. If you are master of theory or you pass theory only, your count sessions are not available. Your practical marks are not counted, only for declaration purpose. This means theory of those who you learn through university. If you check their theory marks, you'll find a lot of difference. So career concept is an important one in engineering if you pass through IE. And really, though people create frictions, but I think IE, as far as education of engineering is concerned, is far better than direct university degree, because in IE, first of all, you must have a clear concept to pass engineering examination. That is number one. Number two is that you have to struggle yourself to find information about subjects and issues. Nobody is going to help you, and you have to find those information, whatever source. You have to refer to books, you have to refer to whatever source you refer to. You have to extract all information yourself, and if you attend classes or in studies, you may get some benefit of that. And third point is, which is most important point, you can say that is a life building point. You can say that's a point where you attain power of self-initiation, and that is self-teaching. I could not understand that time what is self-teaching, but we used to teach ourselves. If you go to class also just for 1 hour, 2 hours, there's private tutor. That tutor only can explain to you something about subjects. There were 17 subjects. I could not attend all because there were no such classes. All classes were not available in those days. I just remember I attended few classes in, I can say, some mathematics classes in section A, mathematics classes, and some, you can say, modern physics class I attended. Modern physics was subject in there's mandatory subject in section A, modern physics, mathematical classes, and just for my practice I also joined engineering, design and drawings. For purpose of practice only, because at home I could not practice. I used to go there some class and There's a drawing board, everything test, so I could just some practicing how to speed up my drawing. There's no technicalness, but just for that purpose. And I remember I joined class of applied thermodynamics also, and I think these four classes I joined. I remember exactly. Surveying I did not join. I'm section A. I'm talking section A. Social sciences I did not join, and I didn't join also many others. What I joined were these, and I think four classes I joined in section A, and in section B I remember I joined designs, and I joined fluid mechanics, and I joined, you can say, designs, fluid mechanics, and I think these two or three, maybe one or more, I'm not exactly sure. Others classes I passed myself. One time, what happened, I was this applied thermodynamics, I'm sorry, yes, also I joined class of section B in theory of structure. Theory of structure also very important. So means out of 17, you can say hardly 7 subjects I joined, hardly 7 or 6 I remember. I attended classes that was not regular classes, once or twice, a week. This classes just for, and I then practiced myself at home. And these classes were not all for me. Means I could benefit this, but I had to do a lot work on that, and that's why I can say these classes are not much beneficial. Of course, beneficial, but self-attention and self-study is very important here. I completely studied myself applied geology, social sciences, surveying, though we had done surveying in diploma, but it was much more advanced. And then, of course, you can say many more. Like that, I studied, and you can say that it was a wonderful study as a student of engineering, because we have to teach ourselves. More than 60% subjects we have to teach ourselves, and particularly those who are not in located cities, but they are remote, they have to study everything for themselves. I have so many people used to come from 100 miles, 100 kilometers to attend classes. Still I remember that time, and I used to go walking for many kilometers to join classes. So that time I remember, I'm just telling you just a prize of what we were. So I am thankful to the state of that time, legal state, or our system of this country, and I'm thankful to that government policies which produce rubbish persons like me to status of engineer. I think it's an achievement for myself, because I was not in a capacity even to pass matric, to be very frank. I could not even pass matric or higher secondary if I were not given privileges, I were not given fee concessions, I were not given some other kind of, you can say inducement. Inducement you should not say, that's not correct word. We should some kind of support from society, from government. I could not do that. Stage today is different. There's a loot, there's a robbing, education is on sale. But remember, education cannot be purchased, it can't be sold. There is no shop in world that can sell you education. There are shops, they are loot, they are robbers. Really, the education can neither be purchased, nor it can be sold. That point we must remember. And that's why I'm always interested in stressing on management, engineering management or organization. That's an only purpose that I talk to you about this, is to encourage in you a kind of mental chemical, that you do yourself something. I still remember my referee. There used to be a referee, a referee in between section A and section B sandwich time. When you have to work on a project, you have to maintain diary or something, whatever you're working. But write in that, then we'll ask you questions and answers. To answer to that one, I raised many questions by them, but at the end said that I suggest one thing: never depend in your life while you are on professional work that somebody else should do for you, or you delegate your responsibility to someone. Do it, but don't exclusively depend upon them. You do yourself as much as you can do, because once you do yourself, you lead yourself, others shall follow you. That is principle of life. And if you don't do yourself, nobody shall follow you. They may follow you because of your senior, otherwise they won't respect you. They want to guard you. And if you want to do yourself, you want to first raise yourself as leader for yourself, then others will certainly come to you because you perform. When you lead yourself, you certainly perform, and that performance is witnessed and seen by others. That's most important point I learned from that person. I still remember that person was from MES, Military Engineering Services, and this point still I remember, though it's long back. He told me in 1978, I think 79 somewhere, and it's now you see 20 or 20, 40 years gone, still that point is in my mind. Don't depend for everything on others. Do as much as you can do, because you will save time, you will understand that problem thoroughly, and nobody would be there to explain to you that one, because you know that. That's what I learned in my field, and I made my habit. I made my habit in my professional work, and even in my personal life, not to depend upon others. I had same nature, still I have same nature, that I try to get my problems done myself, even though I have to walk a lot for that, I have to visit many offices for that. What I have to done, I want to do myself to an extent is possible, is practical. I don't want to get these services through someone, because once you start dependence on others, then you won't be able to do that job efficiently. That's my learning. You can say I learned this lesson. Sometimes they dispute in my family about this with my sisters or someone else. I don't care for that. Means they want shortcut. Everybody wants shortcut, and shortcuts is nothing but as a head cut. Because shortcuts means head cut. If you cut your head or someone's head, that's not best policy. You have to follow principles, you have to follow theories, you have to follow procedures. And if you follow procedures, all government servants care of you, they fear you. What happens? We don't take care of this type of social management, this type of public management. We do not care for that. First of all, our deficiency is that we are not very good in studies, we are not very good in writings, and that's the point where we lack. And particularly not society lacks, everybody lacks. Even engineers lack. Majority of engineers are not good in writing skills. That is very much case here. We are not good in writing skills. We may be good in talking skills, but our talks are loose. Our talks are not concentrated. We don't point to point. We don't talk point to point. Just like lawyers and judges do and listen. We talk unnecessarily this way and that way, just like a common person, is because we do not concentrate on something. And if we concentrate, then we would change the entire world of this country. But we are not able to do that. Undue talks, meaningless this and that, and references and nothing. And that's also true from many seminars I attend sometimes. I find it's waste of time, because subject is there, they are showing you PowerPoint presentation, they are showing something of facts nobody is telling. What do you want to do? That nobody tells. Photo sessions have now just some change because of this webinar system. Webinars happening, and means there's no meaning of photo session. The meaning of that means they talk, but still concentration does not work. Concentration means point to point discussion, fruitful discussion, subject discussion, and a thorough understanding. And they may spend time, hours together, but if somebody speaks for 10 minutes or 15 minutes, what do you expect that person to give you? You yourself think of. Therefore, I tried this video. This was my only purpose of video presentations. I am not using all multimedia because I don't have that capacity. I don't have a projector with me so that I can show you something directly. And for that purpose, I am putting files on some websites and giving links on this video, so that if you want to know something about that, you can refer to those files. It's up to you. When you refer to those files, you have to do something at least. You have to click that and download those files. So you have to do that if you want to get information. And even if you don't want to do that, then I can't help you, because it's very important point. You help yourself if you want to help your world. If you want to help yourself, your family, your profession, your colleagues, and whatever you want to help, For that you have to help yourself. I am very lucky that I am helping myself all the time. First of all, my management is my principle is my determination is that I have to make my own system first. That's very important. If you want to move ahead in your life, patience is one important part. You must have patience, you must have tolerance, you must have digestion, and on top of all these, you must have system. System is a spelling, it's a word, or it's a destination, or it's a route, or it's a reference. Whatever you consider it, system is system. There have been systems, unnamed systems for long. We could not identify them because we never thought for them. We never thought of them. That's our weakness. But I always either follow someone's system or I make my own system for myself. I'm not going to impose that on anybody else. No. As far as I am concerned, I will follow system. If there is a system, you give me a year to follow that, I will follow that one. And once I immerse myself in that system, I'll try to change beams and columns of that system if I think there's some problem. Because once I immerse there, people are with me. They won't object to me why I'm changing because they don't care. Even if there is a system, 95% people don't bother about that. They come always late and they express excuses for that. This is system. For them, system is only by name. System is only for sake, for formality. But system is not formality. System must function. That is basic principle of engineering management. If you want engineering something, you have to devise some system. And that system is unnamed. You are a master of that system. You are an author of that system. You are an innovator of that system. You are a researcher on that system. You do that. Who shall stop you? Tell me. If a student goes to school, that student is forced to chart out some timetable for studies, for school classes as well as for home. What does it call? We call it system. Time schedule or timetable. They call it timetable. Okay, timetable. After all, system is also based on time. It's based on information. It's based on system subjects. It's based on what you have to achieve this day or next day or in a week or in a month or what's your look ahead program. System is a system. That's what I explained to you last time about engineering management subject, which is very important subject in engineering management. I explained to you last time also about its contents. Maybe you refer to that, I am not sure. But contents were explained to you. As I said, this is one of compulsory subjects in that. That is engineering management. There's another one, civil engineering materials and construction practices, then geotechnical and foundation engineering, then water resources systems, and then its principle of geoinformatics and analysis of designs of such. These are all compulsory subjects. Now in this, I'm not going to talk about all of those, I will take up technically, but engineering management as far as it is concerned, it's a general one, but too significant. If you have to understand management, you have to understand the system. And what it says, its syllabus is also very different, and which I show you syllabus here. It's very different. Engineering management, as I said before, there are two groups in that. Group number one says management and organization, whereas group B says this is, very various classes of management in this. That is financial management, managerial economics, quality management, marketing management, project management, information technology and management, and there are so many also in group A. So these are all related. There's management process, organization definition, management planning, management scientific management, planning, control, human resources, management physical resources, material functions, and plant, etc. So in there, systems are all there. when we are saying systems, and engineering management says yes, it's all system. For example, it says management and organization. This is speaking about management and also taking simultaneously organization, which I always stress the organization is also very important in addition to management. Management process is saying that definition. What is management process? Planning, organizing, directing, controlling, coordinating, types of management. This is what management process asks for. So in this is also clear what's the definition of that. You have to define yourself. Definition is not difficult. Means after all, it's process of management. It's process of how to do something. Management means you manage means you do it yourself if you can. You do it if you can. Do it your way. Don't worry. Don't worry about what people will say. Don't worry about failure. Don't worry about success. Just do it if you can do it. And do it only once you understand what you have to do. Without understanding, don't do it. That's also a part. Because if you do something without understanding, you will certainly enter in a field where you may be in panic, or you may be no solution, or you may find no solution at all because you are already in panic. So definition, you have to decide yourself what you want to move with. Then planning. Planning means once you understand what you have to do, you can plan your chart out. Your organization, and if you are there alone or some people are with you there, some person are there, you can utilize them, but first you have to understand it well. Don't utilize them until you understand that. That's my concern, that's my explanation, is planning, organizing. First you have to define yourself what you have to do. That may be scope of work, or that may be definition what you want to decide. That's called process. Means you have to define process, you define what you are going to do. That's very important point here. So, good morning to Chaudhary. Thank you for joining. And I think you are only person who take interest in this, probably. I don't know why other people are not interested, though I don't mind that. If people don't come, means work moves on. I don't stop. My principle. Work has to move, not people. If people come, fine, they get benefit of that. So here I am telling you definition of management process. Means you define. Why should someone else define for you? You define yourself what you are going to do. And because you know definition, you know what you have to do, you know contents of that, then you plan yourself everything about that. It can be sequential planning, or it can be optional planning, or it can be random planning. It doesn't make, as far as you complete that, results will tell you what is sequence if you are not able to decide sequences. Then directing, controlling, coordinating types of management. Hence, what are these? One is definition of management, then planning of management, or organizing management, directing management, controlling management, coordinating types of management. So these are all activities that we do in the field. Means nothing very specific in that. Only that it has come to some syllabus that there's a management process. These are all process. Means we have to define our scope of work. We have to define what we are going to do. What's our purpose that we have to define, and then we have to define after that. Definition is not answer. Definition just means we are going to tell what we have to do. This is our fine means answer. So that we have not done that. We are just defining what we have to do. What's our goal? Where we stand? What's our achievement? What's our target? And then we understand that target. We break that, or we analyze that. What problems are there? What activities are there in that? So we can plan all them, set dates for them, set timings for them, and set responsibility who have to do that, and which time you have to do that, and where one has to start. It's like like a bar chart, or you can say a like of schedule, or planning management. That you say this is our program or scheme, and that's what it is: the planning, organizing, and also directing. Means directing, organizing. There is no need of any director on you. You are your director. When you know what you have to do, means there is no need of any director, because director will also tell you what you have to do. If you understand yourself, you are self-director. You know problem, you know answer, you know scope, you know what to do, you know what resources are required, what time it takes. So there is no need of any director for you. You are directing yourself, and once you direct yourself, when you start doing something, you know problems there as well. Where you have to make controls, where to check, because you are every time going into more and more in-depth study of that. So first time you have to see what controls you have to make, or you can pinpoint controls before doing something. You can say time control, quality control, other controls, process controls, legal controls. I can say quality control. Again, I'm saying in that also. your codes control, or whatever controls in that process are, means you have to chart out, you have to enlist, and then coordinating types of management means when you have so many activities, so many subjects there, so many interactions there, so many relations there, it may not be one subject based work, maybe four subject based work, or extra subject based work, or common sense subject based work. There you have to coordinate each and others to see whether they fit in, they move with interfaces, or they just are there randomly and no purpose. You have to bring every time this activity to this place and this activity to this place. If you have to keep every time like that, that's not clear management. Activity immediately says I want to sit here, so you have to shift that bar chart there. It depends, Sometimes it happens they talk to each other, all this activity. There may be 50 activities in that process, there may be 100 activities in the process. Each activity talks that I am here. If this guy starts, this other activity starts, I can start. Or if other activity is not completed, I can't move. Means like that these activities, because you have to understand yourself. Activities would not say anything, but activities say you that I am here. If you want to use me, take me to that place. That's what it says. So coordination types of management, then organization definition, planning, design and development types of organizations. So here is actually organization definition, how we are going to organize this and how we are going to plan this, design this and develop types of organizations. So this is further description of that. Here you are now entering into organization rather than the process of management. And organization unlimited. There's no limit to organization. Means organs, you have many organs of something. Organization means you are not saying, for example, my body is an organization, I can say, your body is same, everybody is same. God has organized us into this constituent body. This body, you can say, system. Your body is a system, my body is a system. Everybody's body is a system because it's functioning, it has been functioning, it's working, it's doing service to you. You are alive because of this body is there. That's why I am able to talk to you, I am able to do work, I am in life, survive in life. This body, you can understand from this body that this is a system, which is very important point of reference. You can say this is natural reference God has given to everybody. If you understand this body, how does it work, you will find complete management understanding. This body is perfect system. There is no system like that on earth. System, perfect system, perfect in the sense that it never stops working, it never fails to work. Your body is a perfect system, again I say, and whose controller it is? Your body is based on many activities, your body is based on many materials. If I understand this body is a perfect system, we can say. People may agree or may not agree, but I can claim that body is a system. It's natural system, natural in a sense that it's empowered by nature. Every body is a constituent factory. I have organs in my body from top to bottom. These organs are coordinating with each other. These organs are interfacing with each other. If I am using my eyes, my mind reads what my cameras or my eyes or my CCTV is watching. And my mind, when knows it, it automatically acts on that to inform me what it is and what I should think about that. Don't you feel that? When I understand what my mind says, then I am supposed to act on that. I am not only supposed but forced to act upon that. Just think of sometimes your mind says you have to be angry and you are angry. You are in shock, you get angered by some act and you start anger and you think you should beat someone. Does it happen or no? And if you can't tolerate that, if that anger level goes beyond your tolerance limit, you start acting on that and you go and beat someone. Or you digest that, both possibilities are there. If you beat that, means your organ of digestion is now at lesser level than your beating level. That's what system is all about. You have many organs: feet, leg, knees, hips, stomach, waist, arms, face, head, all. What are these? These are systems of organizing my body. God has organized into this. Every system is defined. Every system has to play a role. Without that, it doesn't stick there. Feet has a role, leg has a role, stomach has a role, waist has a role, arms have a role, palms have a role, fingers have a role, nose has a role. There is no system which is not having roles. So is it not human management? What do you call it? I think this is enough to understand what is system. If you study self, you understand the system. Only plus point here is that we cannot compare with. God has put permanent fuel in that. We just take some food only or water only to let it move. Otherwise, there is no electric requirement here. There is no power station required here, because this system gets power from main power station, permanent power station. So there is no need of electric supply. This is completely automatic. What program it is, none of us knows how to program it, how it programmed. But we are using this machine, or what we call robot. We are using it. Everyone since birth to death, we use this system. Is it not enough to understand what is engineering management? Head is there which rules body. So there is a head, your head, which you rule your project. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes common sense pays and sometimes it doesn't pay. So now as I was saying that organization, I explained to you organization. If you think that whether I have to take responsibility of something, then organization naturally comes to you. You don't depend on someone else, or I can organize it. This statement you can give only when you know that subject, you know that questions or problems, whatever coming, or you understand activities that are going to work on that. And you just say for sake of saying, yes, I can organize that, and you don't know about that, then I think it's negative proposal. Don't do that. Because you do not know that and you're saying, I can organize that. No, that's not correct. It happens to me one time, I was in Jeddah, and someone, I wanted to coordinate mechanical, electromechanical. I asked someone, can you coordinate? Yes, I can coordinate. But that person failed. He did not understand coordination. I thought he would do. He was a young guy, too young. And I thought this is young and this is too enthusiastic or ambitious. And when he himself proposed that I can do it. So I was very much pleased with that, was impressed with that person, young engineer. I thought he would do that. But he did not do anything that I was expecting him to do. So I was upset with him, but I didn't say anything because I started doing myself. I didn't understand, but just say I want to do it. Well, it's like just to give you an example. I found very, very few people in my life who are good in coordinating their fields. Coordination is not, it's not like you can say it's a nuclear reactor or nuclear bomb. It's very simple. It's your concentration only. If you can concentrate, you can coordinate on any issue, or whatever issue in life. If you're not able to concentrate, then forget coordination. You can't, what is coordinate after all? You understand graphically, you understand mathematically. We say ordinate and axis of the x, y, x-axis. There's x-axis and the y-axis. We say on axis here is the origin. This goes to right side, this is positive x value. This goes to left side, this is negative x value. When you go up here, the y-axis positive value. When you go down, that is negative. So if you keep that in mind, that this is origin or zero value. From here you go to positive. On this called abscissa side, you go x-axis, and you see y-axis ordinate. So what we are calling coordination, we are not calling coabscissa. So coordination means what? You have to see all ordinates of activity, where these activities are, and how can we relate them in their vertical fashion, ordinate fashion. Because whatever capacity one has, that should be defined there, and then we have to establish a relation into those capacities of these ordinates. Some is higher, some is lower, some is equal. It depends. but their connections are more important. If you understand those connections, if you understand procedures, if you understand their relation of doing work, and of course their mechanism, how it works, we can say that we understand coordination. So coordination is not subordination. Coordination is how to let activities happen as required to happen. How to see activities moving in sequence, moving not in sequence alone, moving in parallel also. That's what is coordination. So it happens on graphs or it happens in life, it happens on, means you have to be thorough about those first. And if you are not thorough, there's no question that you can coordinate. That's impossible. So that's very much a part of, you can say, very big part of you can say, it's organization or management or planning or control, or you can say principal work. Or it says that classical, new classical, and modern principles, general management, scientific management, engineering management, system management, all that. Actually, there is nothing modern principles. Best way you can do something, in a way that you don't waste material, you don't waste money, you don't waste time, and you be, number one in your quality management, or economical management, or time management. You can get that done, and that's what is, principal work. Nobody can object that if you are making it professionally. That's what principle is. Means there's no separate principle. That's model principle. You understand activities. You understand update on that. You know what's going to happen if this mistake is done. What will happen if I fail to do that? If you know all pluses and minuses of that, you can say that you are doing general management, you are doing scientific management, you are doing engineering management, you are doing complete system management. The system means everything. When we say on project management or project engineering or engineering management, various engineering disciplines work there, not one. Electrical, civil, mechanical, and many others. All systems work there. And also it is true that they are personal for every system available. So it's not simple to say one way that if you are blank, if you are just void in your knowledge, that you can manage that or you can do on that. In that case, you can't do that. But if you are serious in your approach, not on your face, then you can understand that. Even if you don't know completely, you can seek information from your seniors, and you can do that. Which says that all managements are covered in that: general, scientific, engineering, and system. And as far as engineering management is concerned, it's vast, unlimited, and indispensable. You cannot say, I disregard engineering management. Even if there is no such term or there is no subject, you have to manage it. You can't say no. Because you are going to engineer something, certainly you have to manage that procedures, manage those activities. Only then you can achieve some goals. That's what it says. And that's it. Planning, procedure, resources, and constraints. We know that all. We have to deal with that. And control, setting of references and standards. Of course, standards are there. Appraisal and evaluation, monitoring and controlling types of controls, all that. Human resources, we know everything about that. Then management of physical resources, machines, materials, etc. And management of physical resources and plant site selection, etc. Now, what it is about that management? Here, management is involved in this case. It is very simple. In fact, when we daily talk about that management, and many times we have talked, its principal management or its procedures or its organization, it's one and same thing. There's no difference. As far as our output is concerned, what output we are getting, we say output. Now we are using term output. Let us say, is delivery there? Question is that. If delivery is there, is it time bound, or it is quality bound, or it is value bound, or it is conventional, or it's state of art, or what is that? These points we have to score ourselves. When I say quality bound, doesn't mean that quality control. I mean to say, whatever was defined, has it been done that way? If it isn't done that way or in excess of that, it's quality. We need to do testing, we do everything. That's a part. But status of that material we do is called, you know, system management. I systemize that and we complied with that. You systemize from resources and we complied with that. That's fine. Management is not something that somebody would come from some other country or some other source and explain to you. There is no need of explanation because you are explaining yourself. You are charting out your problems yourself. You have to end these problems and read them one by one. And certainly you will understand them. That's my assurity to you, my security to you that you will understand that. Don't jump off. There are instances, of course, that you may not be able to understand something which may be very specific, not to your profession, but to some other profession. It will take some time to pick up, but because it's not your job, it's not your work, it's not your activity, you will take those clothes somewhere else also. If that is done, you are in midst of taking help from others, doesn't mind. I don't mind that. You extract help from others, but concentrate yourself on that. Keep your watch. Should be sure that that help is according to requirement. Because sometimes you don't have every time to do on your own for yourself, for your project. You are forced to take help sometimes. So that help is not important. Well, I should not stick to one point only. When I am talking of management in engineering, it is organization everywhere. When you join engineering, we join to become engineer, not to something else. But some people become engineers, some don't become engineers. It's both way around. So it's up to you how you do that. And as far as acquisition of knowledge is concerned, you must have knowledge, otherwise you can't do that. It's not possible. Until you have knowledge, you can't do anything. And knowledge you have to acquire through documents, through your practices, through conventions, through updates of engineering. You have to acquire the document. You have to get information. And if you don't get information, then you are weakening yourself. You weaken your knowledge. You weaken your status, and you will not apply that because you are not sure of that. Just like we used to say, well, I'm not gossiping actually, I'm telling you something fact all this is. And I was really surprised to see that engineering management has also become a subject. It's a good way. In my time there was no such management. It is only project management, also very limited. But I got this management. When I see management books, I found nothing very specific in that except some terminology, and that too very limited. But I can say a person who is new one in engineering, that person may like to have knowledge, and that knowledge can come from books also, but books must be available of that standard. Practical books are not available. That is, weak point in engineering. Weak in a sense that nobody is interested in that. Even if you write some book, no publisher will accept that because they are not able to sell those books. After passing engineering degrees, people do not read books. They want information free of cost. That's the problem. Maybe you want some information, some source, give me this file, that file. First of all, you should do yourself. The engineering says, even if you do wrong, you do yourself. At least you understand. If you know procedures, where is problem, or you find problem somewhere here, you may understand that. Oh, this is a mistake. I made a mistake there, otherwise I would have passed that examination. You can say that happens. But unfortunate it is that these days, because of computer use, People have stopped writing, people have stopped reading. They just want to get information verbally or verbatim, not even. They don't want to read that, they just want to do that. They want to apply that and finish that. So they don't want to do hard work or thorough work on that. And remember, without thorough working, you can't be an informed person. You have to be an informed person. Consultant doesn't mean what that person who has complete information about right and wrong. That man is consultant, is called consultant. It doesn't mean you know everything, it means that you can compare something with someone. This is required this way, but you have not done this, so I don't approve this. That's only difference. There's a lapse, there's a deficit of something that you did not do, or you do different, which is not acceptable, or it's not giving an answer that should be like that. Or according to the specification mandate should be, or according to the course management should be, whatever is that, that's a part of engineering management. Means you have to do what is required to do. You have to follow thoroughly. If you have to lead thoroughly. Because either you follow or you don't follow, you lead. Ultimately, resources are being used. And if your follow-up is wrong, those resources would be wasteful. This point is very important to understand when we talk of management. Management or procedures for organizations are very important. What's happening, for example, informations are not coming for everything. Or whatever information are coming are superfluous. Or you can say just sending for purpose of completing some formality, and they say we have given this information. That is not right. More than passing some examination is important is to understand what you have to pass, what you are going to pass. If you understand that, it's fine, we respect you. But it happens that people don't understand the pass. I also did that. I did not thoroughly understand, but I got passed. Because information you have to write, answer you have to write, even if by cramming you write, so that that professor understands that, and they give marks on that. That's the point where we are weak. We are weak in this way. We don't analyze, we don't understand, we don't argue, we don't brainstorm. We just accept everything. Means people can convince us in marketing whatever they are saying is right, and you have to accept that. And my throat is now, there is a difference in study somewhere, One is called study and one is called critical study. When I say study, this is an ordinary study, means you have just to study for purpose of pass. Because passing is a requirement. Even if you don't understand anything, you pass. You pass for at least writing something in examination. It may be descriptive writing or it may be objective answer. Now this is nowadays time for objective answers. Objective answers means you have not to do struggle. You have not to remember everything. And when you are not going to write some answer, you have just to tick or tick like that. Or if you are right, you have to write very little, point to point. That's what is, fashion now, academical fashion. But do you think that's right? You think if you are dependent on computers for writing for you, it's right? Is it right? I don't consider it's right. I don't consider, because I know what is the psychology of a person. That's also part of management here. I'm not appreciating because it's my time, so that it was my time or it was your time or your time is like this. When you write something, when one writes something, it's not simply writing. There are two types of writings also. One, you are just writing because somebody is telling you to write. Dictation, you may say. And writing is you are thinking and writing. Means you are authoring that. So one is just dictation, or you can say you are a clerk, or other is that you are thinking and writing. Thinking and deciding and writing. That is author level. You are author or you are a clerk, that you have to decide. When I was studying, that time there were no computers, I told you many times. We used to write, we used to try formula by practicing. Means we could not remember. It's because we did not remember procedures. Once you can't remember, second time you little better remember, and third time you will master. But like mastery, you understand that. So what have to happen is, when you write thinking, you write what you learned. And then if you are not able to write, then again you refer to that and see where you missed. So like one time, two times or three times, you try to grasp every information from that parameters were given or from those procedures were given for complete answer. That was practice, and it does not exist now. They are trying, maybe, I don't know, but writing skill has dropped very much. Writing is the main skill one should have, but no, they don't. Writing does one thing, that when you read some book, you read some definition, or you did everything to know something. When you write once or twice or thrice, it becomes a program in your mind. This point you must understand. Once it is a program in your mind, there should be no problem, because when you write an examination, that program should automatically open its file and tell you what you have to write. It's not copying, it's copying your mind, because that writing is programmed in your mind, and it shall come out. Maybe there's a change in language, or some concept will come out. You will answer that concept. That's important. Yes, this grammar, or that tense, or this tense, or this term or that term. It doesn't matter, as far as you answer that question based on thinking, not cramming. And when some question answer is met, like as if it's given in your what do you call it, your notebook or your book, exactly same you write, then there's a doubt always that you can't remember everything according to what's given in books. This means you played with that question, or you copied that one, either way or this way. So that's not purpose of education. I'm not saying that writing is an answer, but writing is a medium to learn. Writing is a skill. If you write and then do something, your writing shall become better and better, improved one in times coming. And when you are on job, you are mature, you will have to deal with all this. And if you say, no, I can't write, I can't speak, I can't do this, and you think you shall be a member on some domain, you shall not be a member of the domain. And even if you are there, you won't be having regard as it was before that. So writing, speaking is second one, first is writing. Writing is very important for everybody, whether in civil engineering or not in civil engineering. It's important for everybody. I used to write and remember, I still remember, I used to write very small fonts, and all what I could not know in certain formula derivation or answers, whatever questions were raised. You write, and once I could not write, then I refer to again that book and see, oh, this I missed. And like that we used to understand that. Writing is also a way to understand. Sometimes during writing itself you find additional answer to that item. You write that too. That's where I say that one should be smart. I would support writing skills if you can help, because writing skill is evidence for everybody that this body favored you. My management is completely different. I'm not saying you have same management, but I say do yourself after reading all documents, not taking superficially, just like lawyers do in court. They get some information, they jump to court and say this is also available. That is called trial. That's called just did something, and maybe there are more information which you not work through or research on that. If you don't do research on something, you can't find the right answer. But in our field, we have to do research on all these questions. You have to study all subjects. We just shall give a concession that you are going to work specifically on that. So this is my purpose of management. This management, maybe people are convinced or not, because I cannot say. This management is there, engineering management, and that's engineering management means. I think when I studied, I did all this management there at both educational level. Now, management has no end. First of all, if somebody starts talking about management or procedures, or you can say organization, organization has an end. Organization has both end, top end and bottom end. But practically speaking, there is no end. My management is simple, all simple, nothing else. Just think, concentrate, decide what to do and do it. Don't worry about something else. Now I'll go back to my this. First of all, let us take what I left. Some this issue of I can say what I was. I think I was talking of this general geotechnical report. I'll let me open that and see what it says, and then I also open other file of this. And this very important file, I will tell you about that today, because I had wanted a complete talk on this management. So I will go to file on general person Suraj here in this folder, and then it's resource person, I think. What's resource person here? Resources. Yes, it's here. I have, in addition to those reports, first of all, and it's structural engineer. CC was not side reports, it's side report. Yes, that's 1, 2, 3, and 4 large services. Now there's another report here I have, in addition to previous one which I explained to you yesterday, and that is engineering management. I'm closing now because engineering management not to talk anymore today. We have talked it, but we have talked it, then it's okay. Now I am going to take, so yesterday we took this file, Arab Center file for OGD and AGD. We will discuss on that, because I was talking of rock quality designation for people. Rock quality designation. And in this also there are artificial parameters given. Recommendation of type of payments, and also we'll talk all this later. I'm not inclined to talk now because of my own programs. So in this also there are whatever I told yesterday about ground levels, about coordinates, and about boreholes and trial pits. There are sampling from trial pits and field testing and trial pits, field density, soil, electrical resistivity testing, and also field soil thermal resistivity test, thermal resistivity, electrical resistivity test, and then laboratory tests, which are laboratory tests like moisture content. This is one of them, moisture content. Then grain size analysis, and or you can say particle size analysis. And moisture content means laboratory determination of water moisture content of soil and rock. And also there is then, that is minus number 200 CU, and according to okay, no, sorry, my challenge is okay. So I say moisture content, laboratory determination of water moisture content of soil and rock, and grain size analysis of particle size analysis of soil, and then minus number 200, that is sieve analysis, sieve according to, and then amount of material in soil finer than this. Number 200, that's 75, and this number 200, this is 750 micrometer, and then we say that this is amount of materials in soil finer than this one. Atomic limits of soil accessible to liquid plastic, so atomic limits, we say atomic limits, liquid limit, plastic limit, and plastic index, and it's a modified factors according to laboratory compaction characteristics of soil using modified format. Then California bearing ratio, CBR, according to this California bearing ratio of laboratory compacted soil, and lab permeability according to what's lab permeability, permeability of granular soils consistent at alright. Then permeability, then you can say California bearing ratio, then permeability, and soil thermal permeability of granular soils, because clay soils cannot be permeable. Then permeability according to permeability of granular soils, and then soil thermal resistivity, and this II guide too for soil thermal resistivity measurement, and then water soluble sulfate content of soil according to determination of sulfate contents of soil, and on the water soluble chloride contents of soil, water soluble chloride content of soil, that's determination of chloride content, and it's then calcium carbonates content of soil, and that's determination of calcium carbon content, and then magnesium of soil, improvement of. Then we can say pH value, magnesium soil, pH value, calcium carbonate, and classification of soils of engineering purpose, description of soils, and codes. Then we will talk of codes after that. Then it's ground materials, surface and subsurface, surface and subsurface conditions. But like that, we can say a lot of the information available in this. We have to go through all this one day. It's the very technical information. It's useful one, and this must be gone through this. If you want to change, I got much information about this. So it's not question of exam; it's question of opportunity to learn from. Consider bearing capacity always again, and if you consider another file, which is now it is for Ras Gas onshore expansion of project Ras Lafan. Now what actually in this is something you can say very different, and it is like that its introduction, and it is site description, proposed development, regional geology. What these people want, I don't understand. They are just disturbing for sake of disturbance without. Either he has some questions or don't disturb. I can't explain to them. I don't know what these people want to say. Just calling for what? I don't understand this means. Hello? 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 Are you interested to say something? Hello? Why are you calling if you're not able to talk to me? बात भी नहीं करना है, बस कॉल करना है, डिस्टर्ब करना है दूसरे को. Fucking guys, useless guys actually these are. Introduction, I was talking of this, I forgot I was talking. This was about geotechnical investigation, and this is for some project. Leave it, name of project. This was long back, and let's see what's in that. It's an introduction, a site description, and proposed development. It is and regional geology, fieldwork, laboratory testing, subsurface conditions, engineering discussions, and recommendations and report limitations. Now, there are so many plates shown in that, and appendices are there. In these plates, these are locality plan, and site plan, and coordinates and elevations of test locations. In appendices are appendix A, B, C, D. In these are field results, laboratory test results, appendices to site investigation reports, core and trial with photographs. And then the summary is there, which let's see what it says. A geotechnical investigation comprising 9 boreholes. So 9 boreholes, 29 trial pits, a single cross hole geophysical survey, 15 electrical resistivity tests, and 5 thermal resistivity tests were performed as instructed by Shioda Olivet at, I'm not saying name, so Corporation Act, proposed locations of trains, this number and this number, processes areas as part of RAS or onshore expansion project, and in Ras Laffan industrial city. Okay, now I should not sleep to say that. I can't take him of everything. I just want to give technical information. I'm not interested in telling which company it was, which train number it was, which is about client here. This has got no meaning as far as I'm interested in contents of this report. That's more important. So I had to think sometime. So I cannot say a thing. So boreholes, trial pits, we have known we do that. And then recommended maximum bearing pressure are provided for that. So bearing pressures are more important than this. All what it says then. Now during field work period, groundwater was recorded in 3 standpipes installed in plant areas at elevation of between 0.01 and 0.22. So this is given where water was met. So now what it says actually, thermal quality of senior service reports have also been evaluated. Now what actually is introduction saying something. This is about 2004, I was telling, not today. This is about 16 years back this report was composed. So that just I think is that. It says that there's some front-end engineering feed services to certain client for onshore expansion project, whatever is phase 2 at Ras Laffan industrial city. Now Fugro Peninsula was commissioned by some contractor to perform a geotechnical investigation for this project. Investigation was based on a Fugro proposal of whatever, and dated 19th July 2004. That is 1904 industrial issue. And that says that, I'm not taking name again, I'm saying you, there is a LNG process and utility area, then there's a slug catcher area and flare area, and offload rundown line. So this site live where is located, no need. So what it says, site description like this. Means site is located somewhere and which is situated on northeast coastline, and this is deployed since 1990, developed, and is an industrial city now, and according to large number of gas-based industries, including gas liquefaction, processing and export petrochemicals, refining of condensates, and construction of world's largest exporting project. Then there is a proposed development of this, and after that is regional geology. What is regional geology? Because regional geology is very important. Regional geology, and also then there is some types of Simsima limestone. This is some Simsima, that is Simsima limestone in upper one. Okay, now this is then you can say Midas Union does now. Simsima limestone, we'll talk of this. We may not going to say things informing you, setting out of test locations and exploratory boreholes. What I'm interested in just to tell you what actually this contains. Electivity resistance test, then thermal resistivity test, then laboratory testing, laboratory tests like grading, like moisture content, California weighing ratio, unconfirmed compressive strength, unconfirmed compressive strength, measurement of elastic conversion, point load and surface control and everything. The surface conditions all are here and there. So if we go through all pages of this, we'll find similar type of information, but there are many drawings added at end about this. When I put your file somewhere, you will know at that time. Similarly, due to the boreholes and all that is given. Field results and then symbol legends. Then gray sign classification. I try to put this file somewhere and then we'll sit and talk to each other about this system. Because just telling it doesn't matter until you know what file says, what file is. So let me see another file as well, because I don't think it contains something else. So let me go to some of the file. Let me see. So there's another file also which is this is another file which gives so much information. I'm feeling thirsty again. Or I'm drowsing, It's giving all curves and mathematical data, so we'll jump on this one next time. We'll jump on this. In this there are so many photographs also, so we'll take them later. And this is very important actually for RQD point of view. Very good photographs. I think it's in interest for everybody. I'll post them. It's very difficult. Anytime now, later on I'll put it. Then I'll put it later on. It's there. And now I so style fit photographs are here in this file. It's a really interesting one. I'll show you. I'll close this file as well. There are many photographs in this file. I'll take opportunity to show you these photographs. So I'll now shift to, because without your file with you, you can't be able to see something in that. So tank foundation, hydrogen, so much is there. I'll now close this file because now I'll jump to next talk of this. And that is, I'll open file for this general, you can say. Section 1 general. Go back to our discussion of this one general. I'll take this 61 where we were. Materials for there. General, and we are going to this page, which is because we are going to talk of general. This is general of specifications. This general specification. So let me take some water and we'll discuss it all. We are say about one. I'll take 1 hour here and 1 hour there in both cases, because I have to finish our hot or cold also. That has to take some cold, so that hot also gives some problem early morning. I think some normal water. Just a minute, let's see whether it is pleasant, fine. So now back to that file. We were talking of material, etc. yesterday in this. In situ testing and nuclear density we talked, and because of that, and test certificates, special materials. So we have to special materials we have to take care of. So up to nuclear density we talked of. So now we'll take special materials, proprietary articles and systems. We have to understand these points also. that that what is proprietary articles and systems actually in special materials. Specification of proprietary articles. Specification of proprietary articles and systems supplied by particular firm, supplied by some particular firms, is not necessarily binding upon contractor. First of all, you should understand, if approval is obtained, contractor may order from other sources supplying articles of equal quantity. Means sometimes we have information, we have some mandate on contract that we have to buy materials from either of these or from some of these, which means they are only patented with that material. No one can produce that material in that name or in that category as far as proprietary is concerned. That's where we say proprietary materials we cannot interfere with. That's a general. But proprietary articles and systems also, there's a special materials, not general materials in fact. And these mandate that, what they say, specification of proprietary articles and systems supplied by particular firms is not necessarily binding upon contractor. If approval is obtained, contractor may order from another source supplying articles of equal quality. That's important. It means quality is dominant here, equal quality. Contractor shall submit full details and samples of alternative offered together with samples of items specified to enable a proper comparison to be made. A minimum of 21 days be allowed from date all information required by engineer has been submitted for his decision as to acceptability or otherwise of alternate offered. What does it mean actually? What does it mean? That's the main point. What does it mean? That's important. You see, we have to contest proprietary articles, or propriety in a sense, person, manufacturer. If that person knows that my article is there, my material is there mentioned in that list, so I can charge whatever I want. Position starts here means cost, and they're bound to buy only from me. So you can say kind of monopoly practice starts working there. Monopoly practice means at that time when this specification was written, probably that person was available there to force someone through some source and add my material to this list, so that I can make profit out of that, I can sell my material. And maybe he had got some relative there in the department, or that the specifier knows him, or they got some undue benefit with each other, and this item was placed on list of materials. But when this contractor or bidder took price of that, he considered some other points, that this item can be made available to some, though that person was bound to include that item only through contract. But later on, he compares both qualities of these materials, proprietary materials and other non-proprietary material, and if he discovers that both are having same kind of characteristics and quality and properties, and you can say all compliances can be done, in that case there's a way out, that contractor can make proposal of a parallel item in addition to what was approved or what has been approved. That's what it's called here in paragraph this. The contractor shall submit full details and samples of alternatives offered together with samples of items specified to enable a proper comparison to be made. Minimum of 21 days be allowed from date of that all information required by engineers has been submitted for decision making as to acceptability or otherwise of alternative offered. Now, contractor shall be deemed to have included for specified item in contract price not his proposed alternative. If so directed, contractor shall have proposed alternative tested for quality, strength, durability, finish, or efficiency by an approved testing laboratory. If engineer accepts an alternative, if engineer accepts alternative or any costs resulting, including all engineering and design services, and changes or adjustments in materials or work directly or indirectly brought about by substitution shall be borne by contractor. So on risk and cost of contractor, you can say on risk and cost of contractor, this material, alternative material can be considered. The no cost shall be paid to contractor on whatever extra expenses were made or shall be made. Expenses shall be same as are included on contract price of those proprietary item which contractor is not interested to procure but to procure this. So whatever extra expenses this company has to pay shall be paid by contractor as a company. This is beauty of this proprietary item. When we go further, on completion of contract, all instructions and recommendations for proprietary articles and systems shall be neatly assembled in suitable, folders or binders, provided with a contents list and handed to engineer. Now this I now go to occupational health and safety. Occupational health and safety, we are just for your information, we are talking of at this stage about general, that is general materials. I'm talking about general specification of Qatar civil specifications. This is general QCS. Previously we had taken concrete, which was completed. We'll talk it later on. Then it's the general specifications of Qatar we are taking up. And soil I will talk soil. So we'll take general. Soil we will take in coming time in details in reference to soil reports. So this general I'm talking now. So we are jumping on to occupational health and safety. Occupational health and safety, this means where OSHA must be involved somewhere. We are talking of health, and we can talk of HSC as well, health, safety and environment. This is I think a long list here. Well, I think let me see what it says. Let us see. So I have done this in talks of safety, yet no problem. We'll see. In this, general is scope, responsibility, organization for occupational health and safety, reporting accidents, general sanitation, safety notice board, compensation for damage, occupational health and safety performance, occupational health and safety leadership and accountability, safe working arrangements, labor rights, benefits and obligations, and you can say labor rights, benefits and obligations, language barriers and communication issues, communications, consultations and participation, management review, contractor, occupational health and safety plan, or it says in general, occupational health and safety plan in general, occupational health and safety policy, risk assessment and job hazard analysis, intervention, requirement for training, method statements, emergency response plan. Alright, now we go to emergency alert, handle the earthquake emergency. Earthquake emergency management plan, that's background, requirement, phase 1 gap analysis, that's as is, phase 2 implementation to be, phase 3 for future requirements, what should we do during an earthquake, what should we do after earthquake, spatial safe requirement and precautions, permits guarantee mechanical part, mechanical plant machinery and equipment, existing utilities, or you can say excavations, warning signs, confined spaces, lifting operation, lifting gear, scaffolding, then hot work and welding, compressed gas cylinders, working at height, electrical, then first aid and clinic, for fire precaution and prevention. In that we have general emergency equipment, hazardous substances, and safety of public in which we are working in public areas, then welfare, safety and protection of workmen, and general personal protective equipment, or you can say attire or safety equipment. Alright, then we say I lost some noting. I think noting came to my mind. Unfortunately, it happens. What can I do? So we say welfare, safety and protection of workmen, PPE, safety equipment, support facilities for contractor staff and labor, summer working conditions and fatigue, additional environment protection and pollution control, plant and equipment test certificates. Then labor is regarding like the accommodation, that is general quality of accommodation, provision for fire safety, health care, access to transport, access to religious, social and domestic facilities. Then area to communication, access to communication, and number, quality and location of sanitation, facilities, food preparation in other areas. Okay, then we go to labor accommodation. We still know about that. Quality of labor, provision of fire safety, health safety, access to transport, religious, social and domestic facilities, communications, number, quality and location of sanitation facilities, food preparation areas, pest and vermin control, security at labor camps, social issues, competence of labor accommodation management, environment conditions at labor accommodation, health and safety for labor accommodation. Then after that we have occupational health and safety start now. It's now page 70 of this document. Let's see how many more we have to read. Health and safety, as far as it is concerned, I have given many talks of this. If you are interested, I have put video URLs on this text of this, and these are more than that we are talking of. Possibly there are many 34 talks I have delivered about this. 34 small talks of health and safety. This is available. You can see that on those pages. That is title is so we say general now. What is general? Now this part specifies health, safety and welfare requirements for construction and its associated practices. I'll take some only because I have to talk of FIDIC also. I'll not take complete this one because it has still more time. So I'll take this. And meanwhile you can refer to safety talks if you are interested. As I told you, I have made many talks on safety, and you can go to those URLs which are given on this generally every talk on giving about these Facebooks and these talks which are important than now in this protection, that is section is part 4 protection, part 8 is building demolition, part 9 is materials, part 11 is engineer site facilities, part 13 is setting out of works, and section 11 health and safety. So responsibility, the question is, it is contractor's responsibility to implement an occupational health and safety management system, OHS management system, meeting as a minimum requirement of BS British standards, OHSAS. Well, its contractor's responsibility to implement occupational health and safety management system meeting as a minimum requirement of BSOHSAS 18001, which shall be duty of contractor to provide following. What are those duties? What are those duties? That is important point which contractor has to follow to an extent. Safety is concerned, health is concerned. Let me take some liquid. I can't do without that. Of heat and humidity. Humidity is too high. This is odd. High humidity is a difficulty for me because I haven't opened all doors, windows yet. Okay, so safety plant and equipment, we have a question here. Safety plant and equipment, that's a requirement. Safety means of handling, transporting and storage of articles. Safety means of handling, transporting and storage of articles and substances, adequate training, instruction, information and supervision. A safe place of work, with safe access to and egress from place of work. This is a different point. Safe place of work with safe access to and egress from place of work. You understand that? Entry and exit. Then when say access is an entry and when say egress means to come out. A safe and healthy environment and adequate welfare facilities. These 6 points are there which are very important. Number 1 is safe plant and equipment. Whatever plants you are using, whatever equipment you are using, these should be safe. Safe means of handling, transporting and storage of articles and substances. Whatever materials you are using, articles you are using, substances you are using, this should be handled properly, this should be transported properly and this should be stored properly. And adequate training of what? Training of your personnel. Whatever training you have to give as far as safety is concerned, you have to provide them that training which is mandatory. Without that training you cannot allow those people enter site. That is law. Even if they are experienced, you have to provide them with adequate update of training. That is mandatory. So adequate training and instruction, of course training and instruction are together. And information, of course, some booklet form or some form of that is there to some written document, and supervision, and both have to tell them a safe place of work with safe access, as I told you, and egress, and safe and healthy environment, and adequate welfare facilities. All you understand that, that's no problem. Now, it is contractor's responsibility to conduct operations in such a manner as to prevent injury to persons. Of course, injury is to be protected. It's responsibility, it's contractor's responsibility to conduct operations in such a manner so as to prevent injury to staff and personnel, or injury to or damage to property. Contractor shall take precautions for protection against risks, and shall inspect occupational health and safety conditions where works are being executed. Contractor shall conform to all acts, orders, and regulations made by any made by whatever official authority with respect to occupational safety, health and safety. I repeat, contractors shall conform to all acts, laws, orders, regulations made by whomsoever official authority with respect to occupational health and safety. There should be no contradiction, there should be no non-compliance on that. Contractor shall note that occupational health and safety (OHS) shall be treated with high importance at all stages of contract. Contractors shall understand that contract price includes execution program for provisions and implementation of an occupational health and safety policy, and plan to ensure highest standards are enforced throughout construction, recommissioning and commissioning. Then contractors' attention is drawn to requirements of latest revision of Qatar construction specifications, Qatar law number 14 of year 2004, labor law and ministerial decisions issued in implementation of provisions of labor law issued by law number 14 of 2004. Qatar traffic law number 19 of year 2007, environmental protection law number 30 of year 2002, and decision number 4 for year 2005 by issuing executive regulations of environmental protection law. So one is Qatar law number 14 2004, that is labor law and in ministerial decisions issued in implementation. Then Qatar traffic law number 19 2007, and environmental protection law number 30 of 2002, and decision number 4 of 2005. Then civil defense law number 9 of year 2012, and then CDD, Department of Civil Defense, CDD, Civil Defense Department Fire Safety Handbook and Worker Rights Booklet 2009, National Human Rights Commission. Contractor is required to fully comply with stated requirements, given requirements, whatever are stated in those laws. It's not simple statement, it's a statutory statement, statutory stating it there. So contractor is required to fully comply with the statutory requirements relating to occupational health and safety. In event that legislation is updated, latest revision, latest version shall be complied with or followed. Contractor shall ensure that its personnel and subcontractors' employees comply with all requirements of latest revision of Qatar legislation mentioned above, but not limited to that. Compliance with standards shall be considered as a minimum requirement, and contractors shall establish additional arrangements as circumstances may require. Whatever failure by contractor to obtain copies of that mentioned laws applicable to contract shall in no way relieve contractor from whatever responsibilities or obligation under contract. Contractor's representative shall be responsible for all occupational health and safety matters during performance of work up to and including completion date. Contractor's representative shall ensure that an effective occupational health and safety management organization is maintained at all times to undertake duty to comply with this requirement. Organization for occupational health and safety. Contractor shall submit an occupational health and safety organization plan. That's an important document. Contractor shall submit an occupational health and safety organization plan detailing planning and management considerations for construction at an organizational level for engineer's approval within 30 days of award of contract. Now, 30 days is we have said that for construction organization level for engineers approval within 30 days of award of contract. Well, this is actually very squeeze time, but those who are experienced, they can give this. There's nothing very much in that. If really some professional person of safety involves in that, or even project manager himself does it, it takes not more than, if you have true copy of your repeat something else, it happens. Or you have to generate new one. It depends upon type of project. Now, occupational health and safety organization plan shall provide names, qualifications, experience and skills of all safety team and key support staff. Safety teams of course must be there, which is first priority, and which is actually supervising and surveillance body on site. Well, occupational health and safety organization plan shall provide names, qualifications, experience and skills of all safety team and key support staff. Now, contractor shall submit names of following to engineer for approval. Now, what are these? A, there's A, there is B, two persons are there. Let us say what A gives in this paragraph. I'll put off light, and I think also what percent is battery. Let me put a battery and light so that my eyes should not be reflected on this. Let's see what can I do. Put light and battery off. So this is what I say. What it says, let me see now how my face is there. So okay, fine, no big problems there. Details of its proposed competent and experienced occupational health and safety manager. That is first one. It says details of its proposed competent and experienced occupational health and safety manager, minimum education for proposed occupational health and safety manager are but not limited to bachelor degree in engineering, science or equivalent with 10 years experience in same field as safety manager, and ability to communicate with nationalities, all nationalities, plus professional OHS qualification by examination of NEBOSH or IOSH, managing safety OSHA 30 hours. Managing safety OSHA 30 hours, etc. Management qualification prefer certified as BSOHSAS 18001, lead auditor, implementation and continuous improvement relevant, training attendance. Engineer shall review details and if necessary interview proposed individual to assess its suitability for position prior to giving approval for appointment. Contract is not permitted to execute any form of work on work site until such time as an approved occupational health and safety manager has been deployed on a full-time basis to work site. Contractor shall not remove appointed occupational health and safety manager without prior approval from engineer. So this is a big paragraph of qualification. Let us review this again. Let us review this because this is not state qualification, but this is experience-based qualifications. It says that contractor shall appoint occupational health and safety officers and support staff in sufficient numbers to ensure effective functioning of occupational health and safety discipline within contractor's organization. Now, minimum education is for occupational health and safety officer is H&D, that is high national diploma, maybe, I'm not sure. H as high national certificate with 4 years experience in same field as a safety officer. Now, certified from NEBOSH, then IOSH, and then OSHA, OSHA. That's or OSHA, either this or this or this. Either NEBOSH, IOSH or OSHA 30 hours. Now, professional in control and monitoring site activity. Contractor shall appoint and deploy full-time on work site one occupational health and safety officer for each and every 50 persons employed at work site. Alright, now it's very important point here. I'm telling you, professional in control and monitoring site activity. Contractor shall appoint and deploy full-time on work site one occupational health and safety officer for each and every 50 persons employed at work site. For a less than 50 persons employed at work site, a minimum of one safety officer shall be present on site during all working hours. So less than 50 persons employed at work site, minimum of one safety officer shall be present on site during all working hours each day throughout capped contract period. This is in addition to occupational health and safety manager and his deputy. Now, safety officer shall have no other duties either on site or office site or off site other than occupational health and safety duties, and shall be exclusive to one site. A contractor shall ensure that each and every subcontractor, each and every subcontractor employed on work site appoints suitably competent and experienced qualified occupational health and safety staff to ensure that all right. So what do we say? Safety officers shall have no other duties, either on site or off site, other than occupational health and safety duties, and shall be exclusive meant for one site. There's another provision in this, that is contractor. Contractor shall ensure. Contractor shall ensure. Uh, Contractor shall ensure that each and every subcontractor employed on work site appoints suitably competent and experienced qualified occupational health and safety staff to ensure that effective function of occupational health and safety discipline within subcontractors organization. Requirement and procedures outlined above for contractors occupational health and safety staff to be applied equally to appointment of subcontractors occupational health and safety staff. Subcontractors shall appoint and deploy full time on work site one occupational health and safety officer for each and every 50 persons, and that they employ at work site, and any whatever subcontract that employs more than 100 persons shall appoint occupational health and safety manager. This is in addition to occupational you can say health and safety officer. Reporting accidents. Reporting accidents. Let me now put off what battery I am having at least. Let me see. 1 hour 56. So it has some still, yes, that's still one. So let me see. Okay. Now, reporting accidents. Contractor shall promptly report to engineer any accident whatsoever arising out of or in connection with works, whether on or adjacent to site, which cause death. Personal injury or property damage, giving full details and enclosing statements of witnesses. Alright, let me repeat this paragraph. It's about 6, so maybe I'll take after some time. FIDIC. Contractor shall promptly report to engineer accident whatsoever arising out of or in connection with works, whether or adjacent to site, which cause death, personal injury or property damage, giving full details and enclosing statements of witnesses. Promptly shall mean immediately by telephone where it impacts on operation of project, and electronically in all cases never more than 24 hours. Contractor shall implement arrangements for effectively managing any emergency incident that may occur as a result of work and or on work site. Contractor shall make all necessary arrangements for emergency preparedness. Including but not limited to medical equipment and facilities. Contractor shall implement arrangements of effectively managing any emergency incident that may occur as a result of work and or on work site, and shall make all necessary arrangements for emergency preparedness, including but not limited to medical equipment and facilities. So it is trained personnel, communication systems, transportation and tolling. Right. Okay, then now contractor shall produce and submit to engineer Alright, so contractor shall produce and submit to engineer monthly performance reports and accident reports shall be formally approved by engineer. Now, further is contractor shall refer to and in particular QCS 2013 section 11 part 2 for all incident classifications and definitions. We go to now contractor shall refer to and in particular QCS 2013 section 11 part 2 for all incident classifications and definitions. Now incident investigation final report to be submitted for all lost time. You can say lost time. Major reportable incidents, that is reportable incidents within 10 days of incident. All incidents that result in lost time from work, near miss, dangerous occurrence or damage to property, assets shall be reported. Normal steps to be taken after incident shall be submit incident notification immediately. Number 1, you have to submit notification immediately. Conduct investigation, prepare report with corrective, with conclusions and recommendations. Then prepare appropriate plan for corrective action, and then include in monthly health and safety statistics report. Submit to engineer for review and resubmittal if required. So these are requirements in case of certain incidents, and these are steps to be taken after incident. We repeat them. Submit incident notification immediately. Don't wait. Conduct investigation. Prepare report with conclusions and recommendations. prepare appropriate plan of corrective action, include in monthly health and safety statistics report, submit to engineer for review and resubmittal if required. Now, general sanitation. We are coming to applications now. General sanitation. Contractors shall maintain site and all working areas in a sanitary conditions, and all matters of health and sanitation shall comply with requirements of Supreme Council of Health and Public Works Authority. Supreme Council of Health and Public Works Authority. Contractor is responsible for all measures necessary to prevent breeding of mosquitoes on site for duration of contract. So no mosquitoes should be allowed to be breeded. You have to keep site tidy and free of water or some other problem. No water should be stagnant there, and no dirt should be allowed for the mosquitoes breeding. No food should be thrown here and there. Whatever source mosquitoes are breeding, that source is not permissible. This means is that you have to use whatever you want to use, and pest control or whatever contractors shall ensure that pests are not permitted to site facility by initiating a routine pest control program. Non-toxic pest control methods shall be used. Non-toxic pest control methods shall be used. Now, disposal surplus water and accompanying growth of trees. Dispose surplus water and accompanying growth of trees and proliferation of insects and rodents does site cause an environmentally danger to surrounding areas. Now, safety notice board. Safety notice board. Contractors shall set up and maintain, contractors shall set up and maintain clean and legible throughout course of contract safety notice board in prominent places on site. These notice boards shall be located in positions approved by engineers such that they are clearly visible to contractors' employees. They shall be fully illustrated and provide details of key safety procedures to be followed. Notice board shall be in English and local language, which is Arabic there, but it can be any language. In all other languages which are mother tongue of 5 or more of contractors' employees, or preferred languages can be understood by workers on work sites. So where there are 5 persons having some language, these must be considered, means minimum 5 persons must have reflected their language with, their language must be respected. Now, contractors, employees, it says preferred language can be understood well. Contractors' employees shall be made fully aware of notice boards prior to commencing duties on site. Contractors shall maintain up-to-date copies of all industry codes and standards that apply to work. Compensation for damage. Compensation for damage. Claims for compensation arising from damage. Claims for compensation arising from damage or injury caused by contractor's failure to provide adequate occupational health and safety measures shall be sole responsibility of contractor. Is if there's some damage, claims for compensation arising from damage or injury caused by contractor failure to provide adequate occupational health and safety measures shall be sole responsibility of contractor. Contractor shall notify engineer of whatever claim made against contractor which is in any way or whatever way connected to contract. Contractor is required to copy to engineer whatever formal occupational health and safety related communication between contractor and enforcing authorities or government organizations. Occupational health and safety performance. Occupational health and safety performance. Occupational health and safety leadership. So let us see performance first. Contractors shall ensure acceptable occupational health and safety performance of all subcontractors, visitors, vendors, public and other parties that may enter worksite or amounts identified in bills of quantities. Should acceptable occupational health and safety performance not be maintained by contractor, engineer may, in addition to any other amounts, withhold under contract up to 10% of amount of whatever interim invoice issued by contractor. Contractor shall develop and implement programs which act as incentives for their teams at all levels to make a positive contribution to good health and safety performance. Now, occupational health and safety leadership and accountability. We are just talking of this before going on. Remind you that we are talking of here. This is safety. This is general specifications. I'm talking just for your information. I'm again telling you, we are talking general in QCS. This is QCS. General, I'm talking general in general. There's safety also. This is general, that is Qatar. This is Qatar. The specification section 1, general. There are so many items in general safety. It's very principal discussion. This is not very much detailed. If you want to see details, you can see my other talks. But I'm just reminding you, if you can. So occupational health and safety leadership and accountability. We always talk of leadership, we talk of accountability. Let us see what it says. Contractor shall be committed to health and safety leadership, and this is to be achieved through working in partnership with main project stakeholders, including engineer and client. Both engineer is also stakeholder, client is also stakeholder. Both are stakeholders, just like contractor is a stakeholder. Contractor shall demonstrate commitment to safety, health and welfare of all stakeholders and workers on projects, and shall demonstrate leadership in achieving following objectives. What are these? A safe, healthy workplace. B, be consulted on their working conditions, to be heard and to influence their working conditions. C, return home from work unharmed at end of each working day, to which everyone has a right to. Then contractor shall provide opportunities through forums and meetings involving important project stakeholders, including client, engineers, subcontractors and other relevant contractors, to raise health and safety issues. assist assist in development of leadership. So let us say, I read again. Hmm? Contractors shall provide opportunities through forums and meetings involving important project stakeholders, including clients, engineers, subcontractors, and relevant relevant contractors to raise health and safety issues, assist in development of leadership programs. Alright, sometimes uh, because of some sins coming in mind, little attention is diverted because of some file comes in my mind about what happened there because of this. It happens otherwise. It's no problem to me. While contracts shall provide opportunities through forums and meetings involving important project stakeholders, including client, engineers, subcontractors, and other relevant contractors, to raise health and safety issues, assist in sorry. Assist in development of leadership programs, share good practice, and be recognized for good performance. Contractor senior management shall visibly demonstrate support, commitment, leadership, and accountability on all health and safety issues by following actions. What are actions? Engineers Zero Harm Initiative. Engineers Zero Harm Initiative, training employees to work safely, recognizing and rewarding employees, identify risks to health and safety, and develop mitigation or control plans and communicate these to workers. Reinforce safe working practices. Then reinforce safe work practices, place health and safety as first item on agenda at meetings, and allocate adequate resources for health and safety management and implementation. Then you can say, develop health and safety targets and objectives and measure and review performance. Foster positive health and safety culture and behavior through their own account actions. Okay, so what I say, foster positive health and safety culture and behavior through their own actions, treat health and safety as a core value equal in importance with productivity, quality, and ethical standards, participate in health and safety meetings, and safely walk about. Well, foster positive health and safety culture and behavioral throws their own actions. Treat health and safety as a core value, equal in importance with production, productivity, quality, and ethical standards. Participate in health and safety meetings and safety walkabouts. Develops effective contingency plans and allocate adequate emergency resources. Develop efficient contingency plans and allocate adequate emergency resources. Provide trained and competent workforce. Promote personal health and well-being and seek to exceed current legislation in relation to welfare and labor facilities. So I'll repeat these points. These are so many points that says contractor senior management shall visibly demonstrate support, commitment, leadership and accountability on all health and safety issues by following actions. What are these? Number one, I read fast. Engineers Zero Harm Initiative. Number two is training employees to work safety, recognizing and reviewing, rewarding employees. Identify risks to health and safety, development, mitigation control plans and communicate these to workers. Reinforce safety, safe work practices. You can say reinforce the safe work practices, place health and safety as reinforce safe work practices, allocate adequate resources for health and safety management teams. Okay, now I'll take it tomorrow because all the time is there. I'll be back now tomorrow about this because it is page 75. Now I'll move to FIDIC, which is a very important document. Let me close it because time is there too short. It's now only 1 hour 16 for battery. I put on battery also again because of we will put on battery. So I'll take FIDIC document now. Let us open FIDIC and see what can we do with that. I'm opening FIDIC red book. यार ये लोग मानेंगे नहीं, क्या करूँ मैं इनका, पता नहीं पागल हो गए हैं, मैसेज दिमाग ख़राब कर रहे हैं अपना भी और मेरा भी. आई डोंट लाइक एनी मैसेजेस, फिर भेजे जा रहे हैं, क्या करें डोंट इसका बिना मतलब के मैसेज, कोई मीनिंग नहीं है, कोई बात नहीं, उल्टे सीधी फोटो बकवास बाजी, यही रह गया देश में, गंदे नेचर गंदा है लोगों का. So we'll go to I think page 100, 120, 180. Let's go to nominated subcontractors, staff and labor, all over, facilities of labor, contractor superintendents, key personnel, all this was over. So where we go, plant matters and workmanship and additional subclause, commencement delays and suspension, tests on completion, employers taking over, defects and taking over. So measurement evaluations, where we are provisional sums, adjustment and change in cost was over. Contract price, now I was thinking on they are on termination somewhere. Let's go through that. Advance payment was over. It was completely over. Schedule of payments and payment and all this was over. Example, then it was release of money, currencies of payment and financing, all was over. Then you can say termination by employer. Now I'll start class 15, that is termination by employer. Termination by employer. We'll start this on page 195. I think you have this file, if you wish you can download, there's no harm in that, you can download that if you wish. Alright, now termination by employer is a part on this. It is red book and we are talking of actions, legal actions. Termination by employer is like legal action where you want to finish contractor due to some reasons, whatever reasons are, we'll see. It says in class 15, termination by employer, and it says 15.2, termination for contractor's default. Termination for contractor default. Before inviting tender, employer should verify that wordings of this clause and each anticipated ground for termination is consistent with law governing contract. 15.2.1 notice. Now this paragraph, subparagraph H in this subclause of 15.2.1 is intended to include, let me see, FIDIC I'm talking, sorry I forgot that. Let me see, FIDIC we are talking now. It's FIDIC we are talking again, we are talking FIDIC. So that people may know what I'm talking. We are talking FIDIC 2017 red book. I'm talking currently, not silver. This is red book. This red FIDIC 2017. I'm talking about termination of contractor by employer, employer's termination. This is FIDIC 2017 red book. And after, if I complete this today, I'm not sure, we'll take up silver book, which is EPC contracts. So FIDIC 17 now what it says. So I'm talking of termination by employer. So in notice we have to see In subclass 15.2, I'm going to change or not to change. Let's see. Subparagraph in this subclause is intended to include situations where contractor or whatever contractors employees or whosoever contractors employees, agents, subcontractors or contractors personnel gives or offers to give directly or indirectly to any person or whosoever whatever bribe, gift, gratuity, commission or other article of value as an inducement or reward for showing or forbearing to show favor or disfavor to person, whatever person in relation to contract. However, this is not intended to include lawful inducements and rewards by contractor to contractor's personnel. So this is notice what is do then. Hence, subparagraph H in this subclause is intended to include situations where contractor or whosoever of contracts employees, agents, subcontractors or contractors personnel gives offers to give directly or indirectly to whatever person, whatever bribe, gifts, gratuity, commission or other items of value as an inducement or reward for showing or forbearing to show favor or disfavor to whatever person in relation to contract. However, this is not intended to include lawful inducements and rewards by contractor to contractor's personnel. Subclass 15.2.3 after termination, what to do? If employer has made available whatever employer supplied materials, if employer has made available whatever employer supplied materials and or employer's equipment in accordance with subclass 2.6, consideration should be given to an additional subparagraph under subclause. Example, insert following new subparagraph at end of subparagraph B of subclass 15.2.3. All employer supplied materials and or employer's equipment made available to contractor in accordance with subclass 2.6, employer supplied materials and employer's equipment and subclass 15.5 termination of employer's convenience. Termination of employer's convenience. In many jurisdictions under applicable law, it may not be permissible for employer to terminate contract for convenience. Termination of contract only being permitted in event of default on part of contractor and thereafter arranging an equitable, non-discriminatory and transparent procurement process to select a replacement contractor. Therefore, before inviting tenders, employer should verify that wording of this clause is consistent with law governing contract. Now, suspension and termination by contractor. Clause 16.2 termination by contractor. Before inviting tenders, employer should verify that wording of subclause is consistent with law governing contract. Subclause 16.2.1 notice. Subparagraph J in this subclause is intended to include situations where employer or any of employer's employees, agents or employer's personnel gives or offers to give directly or indirectly to any person, whatever person, any bribe, gift, gratuity, commission, or other items of value as an inducement or reward for showing or forbearing to show favor or disfavor to whatever person in relation to contract. However, this is not intended to include lawful inducement and reward by employer to employer's personal. Let us repeat, this is something special now. Termination by contractor. Subparagraph in this subclause is intended to include situations where employer or whatever of employer's employees, agents or employer's personnel gives or offers to give directly or indirectly to whatever person, whatever bribe, gift, gratuity, commission or other items of value as an inducement or reward for showing or forbearing to show favor or disfavor to whatever person in relation to contract. However, this is not intended to include lawful inducement rewards by employers to employees' personnel. 16.3 Contractor's obligations after termination. This is suspension and termination by contract, subclause 16.3. Contractor's obligation after termination. If employer has made available employer supplied materials and or employer's equipment in accordance with subclause 2.6, consideration should be given to amending subclause. Example: delete subparagraph C in subclause 16.3 and replace with delete subparagraph C in subclause 16.3 and replace with now C. Deliver to engineer all employer supplied materials and or employer's equipment made available to contractor in accordance with subclause 2.6, employer supplied materials and employer's equipment, and D. remove all other goods from site except as necessary for safety and leave site. 17. Clause 17. Care of works and indemnities. Care of works and indemnities. 17.4. Indemnities by contractor. Subclause 17.4. Indemnities by contractors. Now, in respect of contractor's obligation to indemnify under second paragraph of this subclause, it should be noted that this applies only to extent if whatever that contractor is required to carry out design of permanent works under this contract, if this is case, as this liability is not excluded under first paragraph of subclause 1.15, limitation on liability. Contract has no liability for direct or indirect, you can say has no liability for any direct or consequential loss or damage suffered by employer as a result of whatever negligence by contractor in designing works to be fit for purpose. As this liability is not excluded under second paragraph of subclause 1.15, limitation of liability, it falls within contract's limitation of liability under subclause 1.15. This liability may be covered by insurance to be taken out by contractor under subclause 19.2.3. Liability for breach of professional duty, in which case a statement to this effect should be included in contract data. Now, additional subclause: if contracts should be allowed to use occupy whatever employers' facilities and and or accommodation temporarily during contract, it's recommended that an additional subclause be added to clause 17 to cover responsibility of care of such facility and or accommodation. Example, subclause for contractors' use of employer's facility accommodation. Contractor shall take full responsibility for care of items of employer's facility and or accommodation listed below from date of use and or occupation by contractor until date of which such use and or occupation is revested in employers. Contractor shall take full responsibility for care of items of employer's facilities and or accommodation listed below from date of use and or occupation by contractor until date on which such use and or occupation is revested in employer. List of items and details. Now, whatever loss or damage happens to whatever of above items during a time when contractor is responsible for its care arising from whatever cause other than a cause for which employer is responsible or liable, contractor shall promptly rectify loss or damage at contractor's risk and cost. Exceptional events. Clause 18. Exceptional events. In respect of subparagraph F of subclause, it should be noted that whatever event of exceptionally adverse climatic conditions is excluded from definition of what constitutes an exceptional event. While this means that there is no right for either party to suspend works in case of an event of exceptionally adverse climatic conditions, if this type of event has effect of delaying completion and taking over of works or sections of contractor shall be entitled to extension of time under subparagraph C of subclause 8.5, extension of time. The exceptional events. What it says that should be noted that whatever event of exceptionally adverse climatic conditions is excluded from definition of what constitutes an exceptional event, while this means that there is no right for either party to suspend or weak works in case of an event of exceptionally adverse climatic conditions. This type of event has the effect of delaying completion, taking over works. A section contractor shall be entitled to extension of time under subparagraph of this extension of time. Now, next events. Now, insurance, that's clause 19, insurance. So, we are reaching almost all clauses here. Insurance, so what is that? It says that if employer wishes to change insurance provisions of this clause, for example, by providing some of insurance cover under employer's own policies, it shall be necessary to review and revise relevant subclauses under this clause. So it says, in this, if this is a case, it's strongly recommended that tender documents include the details of such insurances as an annex to special provisions, so that tenderers can estimate what other instructions they may wish to have for their own protection. Details should include conditions of insurance, limits, exceptions and deductibles, preferably in form of copy of each insurance policy. Employer is advised by a professional with extensive experience in construction, insurance and liability in preparation of wording of revised subclauses. If insurance provisions are changed without due care and attention, there is a risk that employer will inadvertently carry liabilities for which employer is neither prepared nor covered by insurance. Employers and contractors claim 20. Employers and contractors claims 21, subclause 21, that is claims now. That is water. Okay, claims now. Now claims. In respect of claims under subparagraph C of subclause, it should be noted that another entitlement of relief or execution of works may include such matters as interpretation of a provision of contract, rectification of an ambiguity or discrepancy found in contract documents, a declaration in favor of claiming party, access to site or to places where works are being carried out, and or other matter of entitlement under conditions of contract or in connection with or arising out of contract and does not involve payment by one party to other party and or extension of time and or extension of defects notification period. Now, consideration may be given to replacing words within a reasonable time in last paragraph of this subject clause by specified time period. Now, disputes and arbitration, clause 21. Clause 21, disputes and arbitration, though it's a separate one, though it's a part of this FIDIC, but it's always a separate from disputes and arbitration, constitution of DAB. Constitution of DAB, what it says now, let us see. It is generally accepted that construction projects depend for their success on avoidance of dispute between employer and contractor. And if disputes do arise, timely resolution of such disputes. Therefore, contract should include provisions under clause 21 which, while not discouraging parties from reaching their own agreement on disputes as works proceed, allow them to bring contentious matters to an independent and impartial dispute avoidance adjudication board DAB for resolution. Provisions of this subclause are intended to provide for appointment of DAB, and FIDIC strongly recommends that DAB be appointed as a standing DAB. That is, a DAB that is appointed at start of contract, who visits site on a regular basis and remains in place for duration of contract to assist parties in avoidance of disputes and be in real-time resolution of disputes if and when they arise to achieve a successful project. Now, it's for this reason that under first paragraph of this subclause, parties are under a joint obligation to appoint members of DAAB within 28 days after contractor receives letter of acceptance if no other time is stated in contract data. That said, that said, that said, it is preferable. It's preferable that members. It's preferable that. Sorry. Yeah, it's preferable that members of DAB are appointed before letter of acceptance is issued. Now, at an early stage in employers' planning of project, in an early stage of employers' planning of project, consideration should be given as to whether a sole member DAB DAAB or a three-member DAB DAAB is preferable for a particular project, taking account of size, duration, and fields of expertise which shall be involved. This subclause provides for two alternative arrangements for DAB: a sole member, that is DAB, of one natural person who has entered into a triplicate agreement with both parties. Tripartite agreement with parties. A sole member DAB of one natural person who has entered into a tripartite agreement with both parties, and or a three-member DAB of three natural persons, each of whom has entered into a tripartite agreement with both parties. Tripartite agreement above is referred to as DAB agreement under conditions of contract. It's recommended that form of this agreement be one of two alternative example forms included at end of publication in this section, sample forms as appropriate to arrangement adopted. It should be noted that both forms of DAB agreement incorporate by reference general conditions of dispute avoidance adjudication agreement with its annexed DAB procedural rules, which are included as appendix to these general conditions in this publication. Under either of these alternative forms of DAB agreement, each natural person of DAB is referred to as a DAB member. A very important factor in success of dispute avoidance adjudication procedure is parties. Confidence in agreed individuals who serve on DAB. Therefore, it's essential that candidates for this position are not imposed by either party on other party. Appointment of DAB is facilitated by provision of contract data for each party. To name potential DAB members, it's important that employer and contractor, each available himself or herself of opportunity at tender stage of contract to name potential DAB members in contact data. Contact data includes two lists for potential DAB members to be named, one for employer to list three names, other for contractor to list three names. This ensures that both parties have equal opportunity to put forward same number of names for potential DAB members, and so avoid any question that DAB members may be imposed on one party by other party. This provides a total of 6 potential DAB members, from which sole member or 3 members, as case may be, can be selected by parties. If it is considered necessary to have a wider selection of DAB members to choose from, then provision may be made for longer list in contract data for both contractor and employer to name same number of additional DAB members. If parties cannot agree on DAB member subclass 21.2, failure to appoint DAB members applies, and selection and appointment of DAB members should be made by a wholly impartial entity with an understanding of nature and purpose of DAB. President of FIDIC is prepared to perform this role if this authority has been delegated in accordance with example wording in contract data. FIDIC maintains a list of approved and experienced adjudicators for this specific purpose. If no potential DAB members' names are given in contract data, consideration should be given to starting a time period in contract data that is greater than default period of 28 days stated in first paragraph of this subclause. If no potential DAB members' names are given in contract data, consideration should be given to stating a time period in contract data that greater than default period of 28 days stated in first paragraph of this subclause. Period of 224 days stated in subparagraph of this subclause has been arrived at by taking account of certain time allowances as follows. Period of 224 days. Date of termination 28 days. Date of termination for 28 days to give a notice of claim under subclause 20.2.1 notice of claim. A period of 224 days as stated in subparagraph 1 of this subclause has been arrived at by taking into account certain time allowances. Now, plus 84 days to submit detailed particulars for claim under subclause 20.2.2 full detailed claim. Plus 84 days for engineer's agreement determining claims under subclause 3.7 agreement of determination. Of 28 days for NOD under subclause 3.7 agreement of determination equal to 225 days after date of termination. Wait a minute, something else here. Voice says if no potential DAB members' names are given in contract data, if no potential DAB members are given in contract data, consideration should be given to start stating a time period in contract data that is greater than default period of 28 days stated in first paragraph of this period of 224 days stated in subparagraph 1 of this clause has been arrived at by taking account certain time allowances as follows. Now, date of termination plus 28 days to give a notice of claim under subclause 20.2.1, that is 28 days, then 84 days to remain to submit detailed particulars for claim under subclause 20.2.4 detailed claim. So 28 days means 112 days, then 84 days for an engineer's agreement of determination of claim under subclause 3.7 agreement or determination. So this is 112 days and 116 days and 116 and 80, 196 days. 96 days and 28 days for NOD under subclause agreement or determination. No, so notice this happens. So 28 days is 224 days after date of termination. So it's that, So 28 days NOD means we don't accept engineer's decision. So 224 days after date of termination. As noted above, FIDIC strongly recommends that DAB be appointed at start of contract and remain in place for duration of contract. However, as an alternative to standing DAB envisaged under this subclause, parties may prefer dispute board to be appointed on an ad hoc basis. In such case, dispute board would be appointed. When a dispute arises, its appointment would be limited to resolution of dispute. It would have no role to play in avoidance of disputes between parties, and its appointment would cease when it has given its decision on that dispute. Should a new dispute arise, a new ad hoc that would be appointed. Given that such a dispute board would have no role in dispute avoidance. It's more correctly referred to as a dispute adjudication board or DAB. If parties wish to provide for an ad hoc DAB rather than recommended standing DAB, then following amendments will be needed. Example: delete definitions under subclause 1122 and 1123 and replace with dispute adjudication board or DAB, means person or three persons as case may be so named in contract or appointed under clause 21, and replace all references in conditions of contract to DAB with DAB. Now subclause 221.1 plus appendix general conditions of dispute avoidance adjudication agreement with its annex DAB procedural rules should be amended to comply with wording contained in corresponding provisions of FIDIC's conditions of contract for plant and design build first edition 1999. Now delete subcontract subclause 21.3 avoidance of disputes. In first paragraph of subclause 21.4 obtain DAB's decision. Afterwards, if a dispute arises between parties, then add DAB after DAB has been appointed. Delete whether or not whatever informal discussions have been held under subclause 21.3 avoidance of disputes, and delete subparagraph A of subclause 21.4.1 reference of a dispute to a DAB. To facilitate appointment of members of an ad hoc DAB, it is important that employer and contractor each avail themselves of opportunity at tender stage of contract to name three potential members in contract data. Subclause 21.5 amicable settlement. In circumstances where DAB has given its decision but one or both parties are dissatisfied with decision, provisions of subclause are intended to encourage parties to settle disputes amicably without need for arbitration. Rather than considering 28-day period stated in subclause as a cooling off period, FIDIC recommends that parties avail themselves of this opportunity to actively engage with each other with a view to settling their dispute. Such active engagement may be by, for example, direct negotiation by senior executives from each of parties, mediation plays see below, expert determination using, for example, expert rules published by International Chamber of Commerce, ICC, which is based on 3343 Avenue, leave it now, or other form of alternative dispute resolution that is not as formal, time consuming and costly as arbitration. In this regard, it is recommended that Consideration be given by parties to agree to a longer time period than period of 28 days. In this regard, it is recommended that consideration be given by parties to agree to a longer time period than period of 28 days stated in subclause in an effort to arrive at an amicable settlement procedure chosen by parties. Amicable settlement procedures typically depend for their success on consensual involvement of both parties, on confidentiality and on both parties, acceptance of particular procedure. It says amicable settlement procedures typically depend for their success on consensual involvement of both parties, consensual involvement of both parties, on confidentiality and on both parties. Acceptance of particular procedures. Therefore, while it is recommended that both parties engage actively to settle dispute amicably, neither party should seek to impose procedure on other party. If parties wish to adopt a mediation procedure in their attempt to settle dispute amicably, then consideration may be given to Mediation Rules 2017, published by International Chamber of Commerce. Now, or alternatively, to following mediation rules. Example mediation rules. What are those? Appointment of member, obligation of parties, agreement on mediation timetable, confidentiality, written agreement to binding mediator's opinion, cost of mediation. This is called, these are steps that require this mediation rules. So appointment of members, appointment of mediators. Now we are talking of something different. Mediators. If parties are unable to agree on choice of an independent and impartial mediator, let me join me please. Let me close my window. Let me close my window. ये मानेंगे नहीं लोग, जितना मर्जी समझा लो उनको ये नहीं मानेंगे, उनकी आदत हो गई है बार बार मैसेज भेजने की, बिना बात मैसेज भेजने, क्या करोगे यार, कौन करता है अब तो लोगों की इसलिए। Sorry, मेरी कोई बात नहीं है, मैं वो So, appointment of mediators. If parties are unable to agree on choice of an independent and impartial mediator, or if chosen mediator is unable to or unwilling to act, either party may immediately apply to appointing entity or official named in contract data to appoint a mediator. Once mediator has been appointed, dispute shall immediately be referred to mediator by parties or by either party. Obligations of parties. In addition to parties' obligations as set out in provisions that follow below, during mediation process, parties shall engage with mediator and with each other in cooperation in a timely manner and in good faith. Agreement of mediation timetable. Mediator shall, within 7 days of appointment or other period as may be proposed by mediator and agreed by both parties, consult with parties to agree a timetable for exchange of any relevant information. Date, time, venue of mediation meeting and procedure to be adopted for negotiations. Agreement of timetable shall have regard to period stated under subclause 21.5 amicable settlement of conditions of contract or as may be amended by agreement of parties. Confidentiality. Parties negotiations part, Parties negotiations facilitated by mediator shall be conducted on a strictly private and confidential basis. Neither party shall disclose to other party any detail of mediation process. Sorry, neither party shall disclose to third party whatever detail of mediation process, including but not limited to fact of mediation, identity of mediator, and whatever matter discussed during mediation process. Whatever information or document exchanged with mediator and negotiations during mediation meeting and or outcome of mediation. This mediation and or any other negotiation taking effect during mediation meeting shall not be referred to by either party in whatever a concurrent or subsequent proceedings unless such negotiations conclude with a written legally binding agreement. A written agreement to be binding if parties accept mediator's recommendations or otherwise reach agreement on settlement of dispute. Such agreement shall be recorded in writing and once signed by designated representatives of both parties shall be binding on parties. Mediator's opinion. If no agreement is reached by parties after negotiations have been facilitated by mediator, either party may invite mediator to provide to both parties a non-binding opinion in writing. Such opinion shall not be used in evidence in any concurrent or subsequent proceedings. Cost of mediation. Parties will bear their own cost of participating in mediation, including but not limited to cost of preparing and submitting evidence to mediator and attending mediation meeting. Each party shall be responsible for paying one half of remuneration of mediator, and if mediator has been appointed by appointing entity or official named in contract, data remuneration of such appointing entity or official. However, if mediator finds that party has initiated mediation or has engaged in mediation in a frivolous or vexatious manner, mediator shall have power to order that party to pay reasonable costs of other party for preparing for and attending mediation meeting. If these costs cannot be agreed, they will be assessed by mediator, whose assessment shall be binding on both parties. Subclass 21.6 Arbitration. Arbitration. Contract should include, let me say the time, for so much time is left. Let's see time first. 3:43. Subclass 21.6 Arbitration. Contract should include provisions for resolution by international arbitration of whatever dispute which is not settled amicably by parties. In international contracts, international commercial arbitration has numerous advantages over litigation in national courts and is likely to be more acceptable to parties. Careful consideration should be given to ensuring that international arbitration rules that are chosen are compatible with provisions of clause 21 and with other elements to set up in contract data. Arbitration rules published by International Chamber of Commerce, which is based on this, is leave it also. So it is important that parties agree on number of arbitrators and language of arbitration. In absence of specific stipulations, as to number of arbitrators and place of arbitration in contract. International Court of Arbitration of ICC will decide these matters. If arbitration rules published by United Nations Commissions on International Trade Law, UN CITRAL, which is based in Vienna International Center, leave address on it, or other non-ICC arbitration rules are preferred, it may be necessary to designate in contract data an institution to appoint arbitrators or to administer arbitration. Unless institution is named and their role specified in arbitration rules, it may also be necessary to ensure before so designing an institution, before so designating an institution of a contract data, that that institution is prepared to appoint or administer. For major projects tendered internationally, it's desirable that place of arbitration be situated in a country other than that of employer or contractor. This country should have a modern and liberal arbitration law and should have ratified a bilateral or multilateral convention such as 1958 New York Convention on recognition of enforcement of foreign agreements, or both, that will facilitate enforcement of an arbitral award in state of parties. It may be considered desirable in some cases for other parties to be joined into any arbitration between parties or two or more pending arbitrations to be consolidated, thereby creating a multi-party arbitration. While ICC arbitration rules address multi-party arbitration, such arbitration may in some cases be feasible only if parties have included multi-party arbitration clauses in their contracts. Such clauses require skillful drafting and usually need be prepared on a case-by-case basis. It's not unusual that arbitration of a complex dispute is concluded sometimes after performance of contract's obligation under contract has been completed. It's not unusual that arbitration of a complex dispute is concluded sometimes after performance of contract's obligations under contract has been completed, in which case it may not be fair and reasonable in such circumstances for arbitral award, which requires payment of an amount by one party to other party, to be in currencies of payment and in proportions provided for under subclause 14.15. For example, contractor may no longer have any requirement for local currency after completion of works, or local currency may have declined in value in interim or be a blocked currency that consequently cannot be removed from country concerned. Now, advisory notes to users of FIDIC contracts where project is to include building information modeling system. Advisory note to users of FIDIC contracts where project is to include building information modeling system, BIMS. Building information modeling system is a process. Building information modeling, BIM, is a process which is changing many elements of design, profession, construction industry, and possibly even operation and maintenance of a facility. BIM is building information modeling. BIM is one of digital data technologies used in all aspects of project planning, investigation, design, construction, and operation. Digital data technologies include systems for data acquisition, document management, design and process management, estimating, planning and scheduling, contract management, performance management, and building information modeling. BIM has varying degrees of complexity, ranging from rather isolated use of computer aided design tools to fully sharing of models and information by entire project team. Currently, BIM is more often used and better understood in developed countries, many of which are increasing or even mandating its use to improve quality, accuracy, and delivery times of our projects as well as to provide cost savings. BIM has potential to dramatically improve productivity in construction and industry and reduce operational costs of facilities as well. BIM is not a set of contract conditions. It's a mechanism to provide an environment where all parties have access to information relevant to their roles in design and construction of a project. Wherever possible, a combined, sometimes called federated or collaborative, model is developed for all parties to share, even if, as is often the case, various designers have used different computer aided design programs to develop their respective designs. Drawings and specifications are held in a common database accessible to everyone. These can be used for clash detection, coordination of designs, communication of charges, communication of changes, and construction sequences. A coordination of goals and efforts is essential. Coordination of goals and effort is essential and is generally achieved by BIM protocol and BIM execution plan, both key documents to access and understand work in this environment. A designer needs understand and works to level of design or detail LOD that will be spelled level of design that will be spelled out in these documents to ensure that there is sufficient detail at each level to allow all designs to progress efficiently and avoid unnecessary changes. BIM is founded on a team approach and successful projects utilizing BIM encourage collaboration. FIDIC contracts are designed to be fair to all parties and are considered suitable for use with projects featuring use of BIM. Providing that parties recognize difference and approach and use of contract appropriately. This starts with proper planning and unless an employer has appropriate expertise in-house, they are well advised to retain an engineer who is appropriately qualified to assist them in solicitation of interest, proposals, selection, and negotiation of contracts with selected project team. Legal advice is also necessary of course, especially during later steps. A request for proposal must clearly outline what client's employer expectations of consultants are. Expectations should focus on specific BIM goals and benefits desired. If properly developed, RFP shall help proposers be responsive and employer select consultant or in case of a design build project team best qualified to deliver desired BIM outcome. This process shall in turn help all parties develop appropriate contract terms and conditions. Ideally, selection process would use FIDIC's quality-based selection QBS guidelines. It should be noted that improved quality, improved quality of information in projects utilizing BIM can result in a significant reduction in variations. It's worth thinking about how traditional roles of contractor and employer fit into this structure. In general, BIM is well suited for integrated project delivery, including design build and especially design build operate projects, where the early proactive involvement of design engineer, contractor, and employer are essential. If If advanced levels of BIM are anticipated on project, possibility of adding operations and maintenance elements of constructed facility might be considered. For advanced level of BIM where fully open sharing of information is required, a qualified individual needs to be assigned duty of managing combined model. This should be separate from project manager's role to ensure clear delineation of project responsibility. This may require special outsourcing if such skills are not available from employer or engineer. Managing BIM elements of a project may also involve risks that are beyond normal coverage of professional indemnity, PI, professional indemnity. Ensuring policies, specialist advice should be sought from PI insurers if there is whatever doubt on coverage for this role. Competence and responsibility of this position need be understood and should include experience in data backup and integrity, continuity, planning, and cyber security. All parties involved in project utilizing BIM should take special care in checking their assigned scope and contract to ensure that they are aware of their BIM related responsibilities, risks, and the FIDIC has identified in working a BIM environment arises from these key features: misunderstanding of scope of services, use of data for an inappropriate purpose, and reliance on inappropriate data, ineffective information, document or data management, cyber security and responsibility of holding modes of data, definition of deliverables, approval and delivery. To manage these and other digital technology related risks, consultant is encouraged to clearly define adequately their proposed services, addressing such issues as system and versions or releases they propose and management processes they will adopt, access rights and limitations of client, other consultants and contractors, reliance other parties in project may place on data in digital movement environment. Limitations in terms of uptime and access and potential exclusion of liability for downtime. Potential exclusion of liability in event of cyber attack. Potential exclusion or limitation on professional liability in respect of actions of others. Access to current and previous issues of combined models, and to complete audit trail of changes to mode. At completion of project, model may need be brought up to as-built status. This involves not only drawing elements but also embedded data. Experience shows that there is a significant effort, so responsibilities for completing this task should be clearly and appropriately allowed, provided. Process of delivery of contractual notices should be checked to determine if this will be through common data environment or by more traditional means. If subcontractors are to be utilized, they should be bound by BIM protocol and execution plan. Dispute resolution processes in agreement should be appropriate considering collaborative nature of BIM process. Professionals with engineering, construction and legal expertise should be consulted in this regard. Legal counsel should review contract to ensure that it does not create an unintended joint venture which may be risk in some jurisdictions. If there is a fitness for purpose, If there is a fitness for purpose clause, make sure that it is clear who is responsible for ensuring compliance and how responsibility for rectification is spread between participants. Make sure that audit trails for modifications to composite or federated model are controlled by a process which can generate an audit trail that is preserved during and after completion. Audit trail should be accessible by appropriate parties during and after project completion. Given that there will be many parties involved in design and construction effort, ensure that there are appropriate limits of liability in place for each participant and for project as a whole. For construction of building projects involving BIM, in addition to considering original principles as introduced above, following non-exhaustive list of subclauses of general conditions of contract for construction at FIDIC 2720117 second edition should be thoroughly reviewed when drafting particular conditions. Definitions, there is 1.1 definition, 1.3 notices and other communications, 1.5 priority of documents, 1.10 employer use of contractors documents, 1.11 contractors use of employers documents, 1.15 liability, limitations of liability, 2.3 employers personnel and other contractors, 2.5 site data and items of reference, 2.5, 3.2 engineers duties and authority, 4.1 contractor general obligations, 4.4 contracts and documents, 4.6 cooperation, 4.7 setting out, 4.9 quality management and compliance verification system, 4.20 progress reports, 6.8 contractor superintendents, 6.10 contacts and records, 8.3 program, 9.1 contractors obligations tests on completion, 13.3 variation procedures, 17.3 intellectual and industrial property rights, and 17.4 indemnities by contractor, 17.5 indemnities by employer, 17.6 shared indemnities, and 19.2.6 other insurances required by laws and by local practice. FIDIC intends to publish a technology guidance guideline and a definition of scope guideline specific to BIM with aim of providing future detailed support. These documents are under preparation and expected to be released shortly after publication of updates of 1990 suite of FIDIC contract forms. Now, forms of securities, annexes, forms of securities. Acceptable forms of security should be included in tender documents for Annex A and or B in instructions to tenderers and for Annex C to J, Annex to particular conditions. Following examples from which except for Annex A incorporate uniform rules published by International Chamber of Commerce ICC, which is based in 3343 Avenue du President Wilson, 75116 Paris, France. www.iccwbo.org need be carefully reviewed against and may have to be amended to comply with applicable law. Although ICC publishes guidelines to these uniform rules, legal advice should be taken before securities are written. Note that guaranteed amounts should be quoted in all currencies as specified in contract, in which guarantee pays beneficiary. Now this forms Annex A, and this will take up later. I think time is not left much, so let us use time left. It's already moved forward, so I won't take it today. I'll take this tomorrow. Annex A, I think about 17 pages. Annex A and Annex B, will take it tomorrow. I close it now. Okay, as I didn't see the other one. So general conference, what I was doing is that I to conclude this, where we have finished FIDIC 17. We are talking about this FIDIC 17. We talked about various issues related to DAP and arbitration. and about building BIMS and BIM, which is Building Information Management System, complicated one, and also we talked of project management in this talk, project management and materials, and that we have to complete like, and also issues like this is general, conflict general, and all this we talked of. So today is constructive one. So I've taken the whole of this. Means tomorrow we'll take Annex A and Annex B, and at the same time also start what silver. We'll start silver also tomorrow. So this is what we have done. I'll keep it here so that we can take it done. So I'll put this off. So we have learned today concluding clauses which are very important from every point, and once this FIDIC is clear, our specifications are a long way to go. Well, COVID-19, and then you can say management, engineering management, and then you can say about materials, material specifications, and of course FIDIC 2017. All these are different types of versions, but very very important for projects. Engineering management is no joke. It is and must be understood properly if you really want to do something. Otherwise this is just a joke, you can say that we have done it. We have to draw a lot from this. It's not simply saying that we have done it, we have to understand it. Understanding is much more important than speaking. If you don't understand, so I'm spending time on this, and if files are again there, I'll put these files of what I told you, these files related soil mechanics or soil investigation. I'll try to put them somewhere in script, and let's see what happens then. If I can do that, I do. Let me finish it now, so that I hope those who are not very attentive in morning time, I try to put these files on your story profile. I put there also. I know this is high profile discussion. These are high profile talks, not ordinary talks, and common public cannot understand this. Even those who are highly educated people may keep off from such type of discussions. But professionals who deal in construction, they have a duty to understand all this. And if they also keep off, means I can't help it. Means if you want to keep off, keep off. What can I do? I'll be back tomorrow again. Thank you very much for that. I hope let's now close it. Thank you. And I say, okay, fine.